Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. First, I want to say we have a lot of people who want to comment on the budget tonight. That will be our second item. But I want to also let everybody know we are not voting on the budget tonight. We will vote on the budget at our June 13th budget work session. So I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that. We're going to start with public comments. And each person will have 2 minutes. I will call your name. And please adhere to the rules that are coming up. And we will start with Haley Kinsler.
Give me a second to get set up here. All right, Haley Kinsler, 804 Gorman Street, Apartment C. Happy Pride Month, y'all. First, I want to address the recent anti-LGBT legislation we are witnessing at the state level. Legislators in the General Assembly have put forth their own version of the infamous Don't Say Gay bill with the purpose of targeting LGBT youth. But what does this have to do with the city of Raleigh? Well, I think this is a time to question those who financially support our candidates at all levels, especially during an election year. It is no secret that John Kane donates to anti-LGBT politicians, including our very own Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, who has taken to calling people like myself filth. And yet, we have council members and a mayor who refuse to return John Kane's donations and to call him out on his anti-trans sentiments and funding. At a time when LGBT youth are under attack, it is nothing short of shameful that anyone on the council can share Pride Month posts while accepting money from people who refuse to acknowledge our humanity. Not one person on this council should accept money from or contract with John Kane. Otherwise, you are only paying lip service to the LGBT community and claiming solidarity while actively allowing developers to shape the city without being accountable to our needs. Who do you represent? The queer and trans youth who consider Raleigh a safe haven from much of the brutal antagonism and violence they face in other parts of the state? Or developers like John Kane who actively work to fund campaigns that create this violence in the first place? This Pride Month, you should return any and all of his donations, because if $5,600 is so great an amount that you are willing to accept it from openly anti-LGBT developers, then you cannot call yourself a champion of equality or inclusion. I encourage everyone this Pride Month to look into the donations our council members accept, as well as the mayor, and see whether the values of those who fund their campaigns actually match up with the vision of Raleigh that they claim to have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ross Yeager.
I was up anyway. Hey, thanks so much. It's really good to be here with everybody. Do I just run this? Okay, cool. All right, so I've come to you before to talk about trash in Glenwood. I'm the guy that goes around and picks up with my loyal dog, Betty. And I like to think whenever I come here with some thoughts or ideas for you. But today, all I have to offer is a promise. And that's a result of what happened to me at this intersection here. This is north in Glenwood. Going back to May 18th, we had a community safety meeting at Glenwood. And I was super pleased with the level of coordination and cohesion among all the departments that are working to make that a livable and safe place. RPD was there. These are just some of the thoughts I wanted to share with you regarding my takeaways, and I had to throw that in. If my wife was watching this, she's going to kill me. But anyway, so after the presentation, they asked if there were any comments, and of course, like every hand in the room goes up, and people wanted to talk about a lot of things, but by and large, they wanted to talk about noise, and specifically motorcycles, loud exhaust, loud music, and or both. And one of the folks that spoke was this older gentleman that had been a longtime resident of Glenwood South, and he talked about how this is really kind of affecting his health, that it gives him stress and anxiety, and it keeps him up at night. And, folks felt bad for him, but, we're just glad he had a chance to share his concerns. And so that's what happened to me at this intersection. So after the meeting, I felt pretty good about everything, and I was walking out, and I saw this guy, and he was on a walker, and he was like slowly making his way up this hill, and I'm thinking like that guy's effort to be here was like way up here. And I just thought about it the last second, and I thought, well, what am I doing about this issue? Maybe I should lend my voice to his, because I'd hate to think that he walked all the way down there in vain, and I don't even know who this guy is, and by some miracle, if he's listening, I want him to know he was the inspiration for me to be here tonight. So that's my promise, to try to be part of this solution. And I know this is a nationwide issue, and I know this is not a Raleigh-specific issue. And I've done a little bit of research, and there's some cool things out there. But the bottom line is I always think there's more art than science to solving problems. And then I always think, we're Raleigh. we don't follow, we lead. So that's where my head is on this. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ross. Martha Brock.
First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have been trying to learn the facts that I feel like I need to know because I'm concentrating on transit improvement and expansion of transit, which may be impossible now for budget restriction reasons. But one thing I found out recently, I don't drive. I'm totally dependent on transit. I'm not the only one. There's lots of us, us old people. Not just old people, though, people with disabilities. But a friend offered me a ride. She said, let's take the scenic route home today. And she took me around North Raleigh and places I didn't know existed. And the thing that I noticed being a bus rider was there were no bus stops. There not only weren't shelters, there were no stops. We need to change that. We need to make it attractive to use the transit system. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. Martha, we are working on a couple of things. One with microtransit, which will be on-demand service. So I think that would prove to be very helpful. Okay, thank you. Christina Jones.
(8005) Finland Drive. I've lost count as to how many times I've spoken before you, but I will say that over the last 18 months, I have learned how quiet you actually are. The excuses that have come out of you on a multitude of subjects is baffling. From community engagement to affordable housing to first responder pay. Your priorities are skewed, and it's led to placing anything and everything above the people you represent. Last week, in my second grade class, we discussed kindness. The main point we hit on was that it's about being considerate of others. In my head, as I attempted to explain this concept to 8-year-olds, I thought, how does the demand be kind show consideration for other people? Please don't ask me to be kind as you continually choose to ignore rather than engage. You have firefighters outside asking to be paid what they are worth, and somehow we find money for parks, but not people. Until this year, your starting pay in the park system was $8.25 an hour, which caused people to not apply, and now you're short-staffed and can't run a full programming at full capacity. What happens if if firefighters leave and you can't replace them? How can we not afford to put public safety at the top of your priority list? Show us your kindness through your actions because your words have lost all meaning. Since this is mentioned before every public comment section, I decided to write you a poem entitled, Be Kind. Be kind, you say, as you ignore me to my face. Is this your kindness on display? Do you believe my voice has a place? I've been before you many times to ask you questions you disregard. How many hills do I have to climb? Are my questions really all that hard? Be kind, you say, as if I'm the one attacking you, when I watch every day as you cast aside different points of view. You eliminate conversation, entirely change the system, hide behind a new creation, and somehow that is wisdom. Be kind, you say, as you rarely follow suit. If it's kindness that you're trying to convey, it is not your strongest suit. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Havlet.
Kristen Havlick, 11230 Avocet Lane. In a few weeks, the Supreme Court will be overturning Roe v. Wade. And while North Carolina doesn't have any trigger laws and abortion isn't banned yet, North Carolina Republicans may gain the supermajority after the November election. They only need 2 more seats, giving them the right to override vetoes from Roy Cooper. Until then, more people will be traveling to Raleigh, North Carolina, where we have multiple reproductive care clinics, and we should do what we can to expand and protect access to abortion before it gets worse. You as a city council can take the charge on this. Back in 2019, the Charlotte City Council created buffer zones and put in place noise ordinances so that people seeking reproductive care could seek their health care in peace. And recently in Austin, Texas, some of their city council members wrote a resolution to decriminalize abortion by restricting city funds from being used to investigate any abortions and make investigations of abortion-related crime as the lowest priority for their police department. So a few weeks ago, you may remember that I appeared before you asking to take the lead on this. And today I am asking you as a council to be a leader in this post-Roe era and make resolutions to protect your constituents' rights to health care and privacy. We demand that you add a buffer zone around reproductive care clinics so anti-abortion protesters will not interfere with patients' care, issue a noise ordinance around reproductive care clinics, instruct the RPD to not collect internet data of people that use apps to track their cycles, instruct the RPD to refuse to cooperate with investigations of people that may have received care for miscarriages and abortions, ensure healthcare workers don't violate our privacy, and disallow zoning measures that allow crisis pregnancy centers to be located across from legitimate reproductive care clinics. Those demands do not require more funding of the city, and I ask that you address this immediately. Thank you.
City Attorney, could you address some of the issues that were just raised, like what we can do legally, for instance?
Yes, Mayor. There are certain regulations that a city can potentially legally enact that relate to activities at reproductive care clinics. However, a lot of times the activities that people are asking you to regulate are protected by the First Amendment. And as we know, we can't pass laws that are not consistent with the Constitution. So there were a number of things raised by the last speaker, and I've gotten some emails and documents as well, and so I'll try to address those one by one. With respect to establishing a buffer zone around clinics or a noise ordinance around clinics, there are courts in the United States that have upheld both of those approaches. So those are potential areas where you could regulate. However, the courts that have done so have been able to do that because the cities that are counties who have done it have provided factual and legal record. Anything that relates to the First Amendment is subject to a higher level of review by the courts. It's called strict scrutiny. And so what we would need would be some facts and evidence that would justify taking those approaches. We've considered this in the past and are glad to do that again, but that will take a more in-depth kind of investigation by our office. With respect to what the request to instruct RPD to do and not do certain acts, I would have to defer to Chief Patterson on that. However, police officers are obligated by law to follow state and federal laws. So depending on what they are at that time, that I think that we'd have to reevaluate that. Municipalities, as you know, are bound to follow both state and federal law, so we couldn't take any steps that would run afoul of that. With respect to the healthcare providers, we do not have any jurisdiction over private healthcare providers about whether they do or don't do something with regard to their patients. However, there is a federal law, I'm sure y'all have heard of HIPAA, which provides for patient confidentiality. So there are laws in effect that protect that. And lastly, with respect to the ability to keep pregnancy centers, not let them be close to abortion clinics. We absolutely cannot do that. We have already had litigation about that and entered into a settlement agreement, and so we have, I guess, been there and done that. So those are your options from our perspective, and I'm glad to answer any other questions you may have.
Regarding buffers and noise, that's something we're currently working on, correct?
Yes, we need to work with the clinics on that, the local clinics. We need to work with them hand in hand, and we would like to continue to do that.
Okay. Councilmember Cox?
Regarding federal HIPAA regulations, is there anything that we can do to protect women that go to clinics and there are protesters outside, like photographing women that are going into clinics? Is that a violation of HIPAA regulations?
Not as long as they're in the public space, if you will. So no, we can't prevent that. I think the request had to do more with their patients' records and confidentiality. That was the request. But we can't prevent someone from taking someone else's picture in the public realm.
Well, I mean, if they're on private property, like if they're on the property of a health care clinic and someone's photographing them while they're entering the door of a healthcare clinic, I mean, isn't that an invasion of privacy?
I don't know of any law that would prohibit that as long as the person taking the picture was in a legal spot.
Okay, thank you. Next is Hua Huang.
Hua Huang, 7401 Ebenezer Church Road. Tonight I'm actually here speaking in support and solidarity with Kristen Havlick on the issue concerning protection for the reproductive care clinics and the people who are going to be impacted by all the laws that's going to be imposed, that's going to be affecting the issue with abortion, reproductive rights. But as I have just heard, I think I am going to talk about something a little bit different. Over the past few years, I have seen that the city consistently hide behind the fear of this apparent fear of being sued by the North Carolina General Assembly when we call for something that we want to call for, let's say, community benefits agreement, something that we are hoping that you can do more for, and it comes back to the city doesn't want to get sued. This Raleigh is supposed to be the capital city in North Carolina. A lot of other municipalities are looking to y'all to see what you will be doing, and you should be setting an example. If you're the progressive city that you claim to be, you should be doing more to challenge the North Carolina General Assembly, which is now predominantly, well, Republican and, frankly, regressive. So if you're bowing down to them, what does that say about you? What does that say about you and your morals and your philosophy? What do you stand for if you can't stand up for the people? That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we have Cole McMillan. Cole McMullen.
Cole McMullen, 10530 Sablewood Drive, Raleigh 27617. I came tonight to speak in support of the abortion rights issue that Kristen Havlick talked about. Thank you, City Attorney, for that explanation. Given that explanation that was given by the City Attorney, I guess I would just like to add one more voice that is in support of adding a buffer zone and noise ordinance around reproductive care clinics. And then I would also like to support Haley Kinsler's comment about any donations by an anti-LGBTQ person. I think should be returned if you're a person of good conscience. So I'll cut mine short tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Huguet.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Hewitt, and I live at 712 Hinsdale Street. We all agree that citizen engagement is vital to a well-functioning government. You introduced robust online portals to make it easy for people to comment on zoning cases, transit, and text changes. Not to be deterred by the pandemic, you figured out a way to provide virtual participation. And it worked. People liked it. More people signed up. And now that we're back to in-person meetings, people are understandably asking for the virtual option to remain. but you resist. It really isn't a matter of law. The open meeting statute does not regulate virtual participation. If it were illegal, other cities wouldn't be doing it in North Carolina. But yet you resist. Why do you put up barriers to hear from your citizens in a public forum? You should be removing barriers, making it easier to hear from those you are here to represent. I was one of those new individuals that started participating during the pandemic because it was virtual. Mayor Baldwin, I'm going to speak to you for your love of pets. I foster kittens and dogs. Many of the kittens are newborn or ill and need round-the-clock care. I'm here tonight because my current set of kittens are healthy. The April City Council meeting was another story. It was an in-person meeting and I was signed up to speak. But I had to cancel at the last minute because my foster dog, who was not supposed to be pregnant, gave birth that day in my house.
Oh my.
By not providing us with access to participate however we can, you are strategically disengaging us. A Time magazine Woman of the Year honoree recently said, "You have to have dogged determination to fight for a more inclusive and equitable world. You are coming up against people whose power and existence depends on them continuing to sideline you, and they're not going to give up." I'm not suggesting that that's your motive, but the optics aren't particularly good. And I know that's not the case with you individually. This is an easy win. So I respectfully ask that you try to honor our request for virtual participation.
I know the city attorney has addressed this before, but could you address this again?
Yes, the general statutes don't provide for any kind of hybrid option for a city council meeting. You are either remote or you're in person. A remote meeting requires that we actually are, for remote participation, you have to have a remote meeting. And it is not a remote meeting when all of you are here in person. So under that circumstance, we convert back to the law that was in effect before there was a remote meeting option, which actually only came up during the pandemic. And if you'll remember, before then, we did not allow remote participation, and there's no statutory authority for that.
At this time. That's state law. Okay. Please, everyone, let's get through this and let everybody be heard. Lisa, and I'll be happy to talk to you about this at some point, okay? Elizabeth Folks.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Folks, and for 6 years I have worked at the Raleigh Wake Emergency Communications Center, well, until Sunday. Our 911 center has reached critical staffing levels, and it's putting the safety of the citizens and our first responders in danger. We're working under minimum staffing daily, 12-hour shifts without lunch breaks, and mandatory overtime on our days off. If these trends continue over the summer, there's a good chance that when you call 911, it'll be several minutes before somebody can answer the phone, minutes that can mean the difference between life and death for a person you love. On July 14th, 2020, I received a call from my mom. She was having some vision issues and her landline phone wasn't working and she couldn't find her phone charger. It was the beginning of a pandemic and she was scared that she was about to be completely isolated. So I called security at her retirement community to go check on her. Afterwards, she called me back and she said, I want you to know you're really good at your job. I was like, what do you mean, Mom? She said, well, because I was scared and panicking and you were calm and made it better. And I like to think that you're like that for all your callers. The next morning, I woke up to a call that my mom had passed away. And I like to think that in our last conversation that I gave her comfort and made her feel safe. And it's then when I realized the true value of my job, and I just wish the city council recognized our value as well. As at our 911 center, we answer emergency and non-emergency calls for over 1 million residents. We also dispatch 8 police departments, 20 fire departments, and all of EMS for Wake County. Yet our salary is one of the lowest in the area. We're losing employees weekly that are going to smaller agencies for more money. Last week, I put in my notice, leaving a job that I love and I'm good at without having another job lined up. because it no longer serves the community. I know the city is considering increasing the pay ranges for communications, but if you really want to stop the mass
Elizabeth?
resignation,
Elizabeth, your time is up. Thank you. I'm very sorry about your mom.
so
And thank you for
I'm
your
sorry
service.
for the city.
I was going to ask the city manager to address this. We are looking at salary increases, so
So Mayor and Council, you may recall
please.
that we included emergency communications as part of our public safety portfolio in the proposed budget, and we will be making those incremental increases across the board for emergency communications as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sebastian Fernando Geraldo. Sebastian Fernandez Geraldo. Colin Peterson.
Hi, it's Caitlin, by the way. Within the month, the Supreme Court will overturn Roe v. Wade, and it is very scary to me what could happen in the future.
Could you put the microphone down so we can hear you better?
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
As you heard earlier, your constituents did the work to create a list of cost-free actions you can take to protect our rights to health care and privacy. They have taken inspiration from the actions of other city councils, including Charlotte, Durham, and Austin, Texas. I want to reiterate some of these demands. Add a buffer zone and noise ordinance around reproductive care clinics. Investigate what influence you might be able to have on RPD investigations of miscarriages and abortions. Disallow zoning measures that allow crisis pregnancy centers to be located across from legitimate reproductive health care clinics. I ask that you do everything in your power to put these demands into place to protect safe abortions in Raleigh. In addition, we often see that the safety of abortion seekers is not well protected by the police, but relies on volunteer clinic escorts who put their lives in danger to help ensure patient safety from aggressive protesters. This is just one of many examples that you've already heard in past city council meetings of how RPD fails to protect the Raleigh community. I want to stand with We Fern Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of city's workers in $22 an hour and create a crisis response unit, and to pay for these safety measures by divesting from the police budget. Thank you.
Next, we have Sean Stevenson. You can come through there.
Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Sean Stevenson. I'm the president of Raleigh Rowing Center. Our club is a member of a coalition group of non-motorized users at Lake Wheeler. First, I'd like to provide a quick update on the status of our DEI activities at the lake. The Raleigh Dragon Boat Club is in their 4th year of working with a women's cancer survivor team. The Triangle Rowing Club, the local youth program, is working with Wake Young Women's Leadership Academy, the local YMCA and parks departments, to change the pattern of not knowing how to swim and taking advantage of opportunities with the youth rowing club. Raleigh Rowing Center is working with Spencer Sprague. He's joined me tonight. A veteran and head coach of Athletes Without Limits in North Carolina, to support local veterans to row for free. North Carolina State Rowing Club is working with St. Augustine University to facilitate the creation of the first all-women's historically black rowing program in the nation, the first with what we currently understand today. Consider that all these programs are taking place at Lake Wheeler. Please continue to enable our volunteer organizations to succeed. Second, I'd like to thank Councilwoman DeFort for supporting and visiting us at the lake and coming out during the Lake Wheeler Invitational. This was a women's D1 regatta hosting 16 programs from across the nation. Councilwoman Stewart, Councilman Melton, Councilman Buffkin for his help over almost the past 10 years, and Mayor Baldwin for your time during a council meeting last year in March to learn of our effort. Third, I'd like to thank Scott Payne, his department, and Lake staff for the support this spring. COVID has shown us that parks are important, and staff are frontline in supporting the community to get outside. Please fund our existing parks, resources, and process improvements for quickly onboarding staff. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ashley Perot.
.400 West Hargett Street. I, like so many, have recently moved to Raleigh. One thing that really drew me to Raleigh and has made me fall in love with this city is how welcoming it's been here. You see that in signs across the city. Raleigh for all. Raleigh welcomes you. You see that in the kindness and friendliness of its residents. You see that in the not-for-profits and social groups that make it so easy to find community here. Now I'm asking to see that from you. To truly be a welcoming city, to truly be a Raleigh for all, you must do everything you can to protect your constituents' rights to health care and privacy. I echo what Kristen said as concerning all the demands, and I can repeat them. I do ask that you do everything in your power to add a buffer zone, noise ordinance, instruct the Raleigh Police Department to not cooperate in investigations. And like Kristen said, you can do everything that she demanded with no additional funding request of the city. I ask that as a female, just never wanting to choose between living in a city that I love and having to choose to make these reproductive health care decisions free of persecution. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariana Alvarez.
Hello, everyone. Madam Mayor and council members, I come to you all with the neat fact that this is my first time in any city council meeting, and I'm from Jamestown, North Carolina, which is a little embarrassing, but you have to start somewhere. And I'm really trying to adjust this. I'm so sorry. I come here as a woman who moved to this city during the height of the pandemic in 2020. And since then, I wondered how I could best be involved in my local government. Well, 2 years later, I think I found an issue that I can speak in length and advocate on. Since last month's leak, Supreme Court ruling, clinic volunteers report more violent and loud anti-abortion crowds surrounding clinics, with the goal to intimidate people seeking needed care. No one should have to face fear and violence or even have to worry about dangerous anti-abortion protesters while seeking out the care they need. It is wrong, and it is a public safety issue that deserves attention. That's why I'm here to reiterate the asks from Kristen Havlik here, and I would like to ask the council to consider and reiterate their promise to add a buffer zone around reproductive care clinics, issuing a noise ordinance around reproductive care clinics, and to create a provision that would ensure that crisis pregnancy centers will not be located across from reproductive care clinics. I recognize that this was already addressed, but I have it written down here, and I can't really say anything on the fly. So, so yeah, this is. I just hope that y'all would consider that, and I also would like to thank the firefighters that are here today, advocating for their needs, and I think that it's not only sensible, but it's the right thing to do in terms of abortion rights. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you for coming out for your first council meeting and speaking so eloquently on such an important topic. Thank you. Next, we have Connor Beckery.
Hi. I'm here as a member of Socialist Alternative and Democratic Socialists of America. I agree with what several past commenters have said about protecting abortion rights. I want to echo that and say the local government should do everything it can to protect them. There's obviously a disconnect here where a clear majority of Americans support abortion rights, even more so than Roe v. Wade was passed. The government is clearly not representing the will of the people in this planned attack on them. Even local politicians, I think, have a responsibility to fight back against this, to help encourage people to go to protests, to use the power of working class people to push back against these viciously anti-democratic attacks on our rights. I also want to speak briefly about the housing crisis. Rent and home prices in Raleigh are atrocious. This is visible not just in everyone's pocketbooks, but in the social crime of homelessness, which is clearly visible throughout the city, not just in the city, on the medians of Capitol Boulevard, in the parks, and elsewhere. Government should work to urgently fix this problem. So far, they have exacerbated it by giving handouts to corporate developers via tax schemes and other means, when those developers never build high-quality affordable housing. What is needed is an emergency plan of building social housing, high-quality, permanently affordable, publicly owned, paid for by taxing the wealthy, the very same developers who have been the beneficiaries so far. I unfortunately don't have any faith that the current city council will fix this problem. I look forward to a city council that will fight for working class people here.
Thank you. Next, we have Dave Parnell. Yes. Thank you.
Dave Parnell, 2307 Bird Street, resident since 1978. Mayor Baldwin, councilors, thank you for giving me and other citizens a chance to give our thoughts on city issues. These opinions are my own and not from any third party. My concerns are not so much for the important issues of today, and they are important, but for whether Raleigh and our earth will be livable in the future. Specifically today, I'm here to speak on the Western Boulevard BRT and TOD, which I've learned is transit-oriented development. It's a philosophy based on providing fast public transportation between employment centers and housing mixed-use centers. This is philosophy behind rapid transit, and in this case, bus rapid transit. Raleigh's first BRT, the proposed Newbern BRT, appears to be a success before the first shovel of dirt has been moved. The line is attracting development, and thanks to your assistance, will be available to different income groups along the route. I applaud your wisdom in putting forth the 2020 affordable housing bond on the ballot, which is already bearing fruit. But back to Western. Raleigh will never have a subway, or probably never even a light rail. Those ships have sailed. Citizens are not amenable to extreme expense of these systems. So BRTs are the way of today's technology. Of course, during the study period, we should examine how communities could be negatively affected. Land values around transit stops will increase. This is a response to market-driven factors. The city should continue to outreach to allow for affordable and middle-market housing along the way. Its attraction will be, thank you very much, Happy Pride.
Thank you. Next, we have Octavia Rainey.
Good evening. My name is Octavia Rainey, and I reside at 1516 East Lane Street. I'm here tonight to speak on the budget and to raise the awareness of youth programs in the city of Raleigh. In 2008, I worked very closely with Chief Dolan. He was the chief of police in 2008. We had the highest number of murders. And I want to repeat this again. We had the highest number of murders Today we have them, but in 2008, we had the highest number. Dr. West and I worked closely with the chief of police, and we came up with a plan. We came up with a plan, and that plan worked. We reduced the number of murders. What happened? What happened? Institutionalized knowledge is not passed on from chief to chief. Every chief comes in and do their own thing. Let me recap to you what I sat back in misery, hurt, crying, disappointed. When I worked with Chief Dolan, we worked on a number of issues. We worked on handguns. We were over at the General Assembly with his limited effect, but he was over there because he believed in the cause. He believed that we should do something about youth murders. He established teams, brought them together from all over the city to talk about what are we not doing? What are we not doing right? Let's get it right. From that, we established the Teen Center, the St. Monica's Teen Center. We had a goal to create teen centers every year. Every year, we had a goal to establish the summer youth program to hire 350 kids. Where are we at now? Where are we at? I think it's a shame and a disgrace.
Ms. Rainey, your time is up. Thank you. And next we have Mary Dolberg.
Mary Dolberg, 3413 Cherry Lane in Raleigh, District D. So I'm speaking today as a member of the Raleigh community. I've worked in many industries, and I have family who are public servants, and some work in this community. They do the work that keeps the cities running. They all do the work, and it's unfair to give some raises and deny others. Do you know that our sanitation workers put their lives on the line every shift? Their job is one of the most dangerous jobs in our modern world. We invest in what we value. And your refusal to invest in the people who work in this city, other than the one or two departments, demonstrates that you do not value what your city workers do. Refund Raleigh is an organization that is run by some young folks in this community, and they are out in the streets and they are screaming, and they are not the only ones screaming. There are people who are screaming and you're not listening, you're not hearing. This budget is not fair. There are better things that you can do. And for a response like, oh, there's nothing we can do about in-person hybrid meetings, it's ridiculous. You guys are grown-ups. Don't think that you're pulling the wool over our eyes because you're lazy or just don't want to do what you're supposed to do or what you can do by saying, oh, it's the state. Did y'all write to the state government to get an extra year in office? You have a problem changing that, didn't you?
Okay, so next is public comment on the budget. We have 36 speakers today. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call out 10 names. I'm going to ask you please line up and you follow one another after each one. So if Diana Powell, William Ratliff, Nikki Williams, Haley Kinsler, Martha Brock, Hua Huang, Barry Erickson, Cole McMullen, Matthew Cooper, Octavia Rainey, line up that. When that group is done, we'll ask the next 10 to come up. So we'll start with Diana Powell. And 1 minute per person.
Diana Powell, 530 June Lane.
Mayor Baldwin, and members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about a matter of great concern to me, to many people here tonight, and I believe many citizens of the City of Raleigh. Tonight, I appeal to you to protect our most vulnerable citizens from a rising tide of violent crime. No matter what our race or where we live or how rich or poor we may be or anything else, all Raleigh citizens want to live our lives safe from crime and violence. So we come here as you begin work on the budget for our city. We urge you as strongly as we can to give solemn and serious consideration to the importance of providing an adequate pay raise to the officers of the Raleigh Police Department. We must be able to compete for the best candidates for the force that serves and protects us. We must not lose good officers. Listen what I said. Good officers whom we taxpayers have paid. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, let's not have to ask police officers to remove you for being, okay? Let's show some decorum and let everybody have the opportunity to speak. William Ratliff?
Honorable Mayor and Raleigh City Council, I greet you all with utmost esteem. Let me tell you about a man that went to his boss and asked for a raise because 3 companies were after him. The boss asked him, which 3 companies? The man replied, gas, electricity, and water. A cost of living raise is an increase in pay that is intended to keep the buying power of an employee's salary the same during a period of inflation. An experience that opened my eyes about people of another profession being worthy of a raise was when I had a job as a substitute teacher for a year. After doing just part of their job, I eventually developed a heartfelt appreciation for what they do. The Raleigh Police Department is comprised of special professionals, and often I say to people that speak negative of them, who else can you call during a personal crisis 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and always expect them to respond?
Thank you. If you could just state your name before you start. Thank you.
Niquay Williams, 4200 Lake Ridge Drive. In the last 5 years, the Raleigh Police Department has brutalized hundreds of people. Murder and violence against my community are common for the Raleigh PD, killing over 6 black and brown residents in the last few years, including Daniel Torcios and Ruel Rodriguez Nuez just this year. May they rest in peace. As a black woman, it is extremely painful to see the unwarranted vendetta the police have against black and brown people. As this body increases the police budget by the millions year after year, it becomes apparent that the city council members have a high tolerance for police violence and a reckless disregard for the safety of me and my loved ones. The police do not keep us safe. One more time for the people in the back. The police do not keep us safe. Studies show that higher wages and police alternatives keep our community safe. That's why I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise city worker wages. Go ahead and say what you gotta say.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I want to be safe.
Yep.
Haley Kinsler, 804 Gorman Street. I share the concerns of the organizers in Refund Raleigh. The city has consistently refused to put funding toward residents' needs. To be considering an increase to the police budget at a time when the city has shown little to no accountability for the brutality experienced by its black and brown residents at the hands of its police force demonstrates that the city council is willing to take our tax dollars and put them into the hands of an overfunded and heavily militarized force that has no independent oversight, no accountability to the citizens or even the city council. The city must invest in community care systems. And if they want to show that they're engaged, they should be willing to take action on these demands and reallocate these funds to the places that we need them most, including a wage of $22 for city workers in sanitation, utilities, parks, and rec. We are currently facing city staffing shortages without any plan to properly address working people's needs to be able to get to work, make money to pay their rent, get their groceries, buy their medications, put gas in their tank, or cover their bus fare. You must reinvest in them. Thank you.
Martha Brock was next, so is Martha still here? Okay. All right. Wow.
Should I say my name and address again?
Just go.
Okay. So I am speaking in solidarity with Refund Raleigh about the issue that we have with the budget. So last year, the city funded the Raleigh Police Department with $116 million of a tax dollar. That's 10 times more than they spend on housing. While the city faces an extreme housing crisis, and that is a slap in the face to the fact that you are funding for $80 million for housing over a 5-year course, and this is $116 million for just 1 year. Let that math sink in for a minute there. So, this is why we implore you to listen to what a taxpayer city wants you to fund. So this is why we implore you, as my previous speaker has said, raise minimum wage of Raleigh city workers to $22 per hour, and create no police crisis response initiative modeled after the extremely successful Denver STAR program, which after 6 months resulted in 2,700 crisis calls responded to, no police violence, and 0 arrests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Barry Erickson. Is Barry here?
Hello, my name is Barry Erickson. I live at 516 Gardner Street in Raleigh, a few blocks from Hillsborough Street. I'm here today to ask that you deny the unaccountable Hillsborough Street Community Service Corporation's unwarranted request for a 55% tax increase in the Hillsborough Street Municipal Service District. At the May 17 council meeting with essentially no stakeholder input, council approved a proposal to raise the Hillsborough Street MSD contractor's budget by about 50%. That's about $400,000 per year. At that very meeting, the HSCSC's executive director told the city that no new programs would be offered for the money. Then, in explaining the nonprofit's over $500,000 in reserve funds, he referenced a new vision study that I had never heard of before, and I don't think the residents know about either. Has the city ever approved gifting $500,000 to be used as reserve funds by either the HSCSC or by any nonprofit? Because that's what's going on. If the city had 6 months of reserves saved up, you'd need $500 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Cole.
Cole McMullen. I am opposed to the proposed budget and support Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the minimum wage of Raleigh city workers, the workers who make our city run, to $22 an hour, the same minimum wage they propose to give to police. 2, create a no police crisis response initiative modeled after the extremely successful Denver STAR program, which after 6 months responded to 2,700 crisis calls with no police violence and 0 arrests. Even though this budget includes free bus fare, to my knowledge, for the upcoming year, it still falls short of the investment needed in public transportation, as evidenced by the Raleigh Transit Authority meeting on May 12th, in which it was revealed that there may need to be a 30% reduction in route coverage and frequency due to the insufficient wages for transit workers. I think our city can do better. Thank you.
Matthew Cooper, Raleigh Police Protective Association. Neighboring municipalities have prioritized funding for public safety, offering substantial raises and benefits to prospective applicants, while Raleigh has fallen further behind with no tangible commitments for compensation. Raleigh officers have left our department to these neighboring departments without having to change their mailing address. Yesterday, we were told that Chief Patterson has been working with city staff to find additional ways to find money for our officers. We are very supportive of these efforts, but we find this embarrassing. This was not the job she was hired to do. This is the job of our city government. The rise in violent crime in our city is becoming impossible to ignore. Raleigh is running neck and neck with Durham for the number of homicides this year. Staffing shortages make patrol operations nearly unmanageable. The department is being forced to pull resources from other areas to supplement voids in service. When this happens, everyone suffers. The problem is not going away. Thank you.
Octavia Rainey, 1516 East Lane Street. I agree that we must give the police, fire, and Parks and Recreations more money. It is impossible. You have to give them more money. You also must create a balance. You must give the police board subpoena power, just like you have to give the Fair Housing Hearing Board subpoena power. You have to. You have to create that balance. You must look at de-escalation. When I worked with the chief, that was one of the things that he looked at was de-escalation. He sponsored a conference with all the police chiefs across the United States. I'm very well aware of that. But are you? The problem is we have to be fair across the board, and we must finance those things that we don't want to finance, we don't want to look at. That's what would make the people of Raleigh happy, seeing a balance, and you must do that.
Okay, I'm going to call up the next 10 individuals. Bria Perry, Ajumu Dillahunt, Eleanor Ross, Rue Davis, Amelia Covington, Alyssa Chapin, Kristen Havlick, Lauren Frey, Zoe Zebor, and Irene Lawrence. And name, please.
Bria Perry, 4200 Lake Ridge Drive. I'm speaking today as a member of the Raleigh community and as someone who cares for children and elders in Wake County. I feel that Raleigh constituents and taxpayers are being intentionally excluded from decisions that regard our tax dollars and therefore things that affect our daily lives. This fiscal year's proposed city budget spent $114 billion of our tax dollars, but it does not prioritize the needs of working class people. In the newly proposed budget, police are getting $124 million of our tax dollars, which is an $8 million increase from last year. The housing allocation for this year could fit into the police budget 5 times. That is ridiculous in a housing crisis. That is not keeping people safe. You heard the child who just said she wants to be safe, and that does not keep her safe. That does not keep any of our kids safe. So I stand today with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of the city workers to $22 an hour because they are the people who keep the city running. And a crisis response model modeled after Denver's extremely successful
thank you. Your
STAR
time is up.
And pay for
Bria.
this with the city.
Thank you.
Police budget. Thank you.
Next we have, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Yep. John Dillahunt. Good evening, Council. As you've heard, Refund Raleigh is here with other community organizations demanding our city invest in economic justice and not police violence. Our demand for $22 an hour and a mental health crisis response team is not something we are advocating for because we think it sounds cool. Our demands are rooted in action items that have been proven to lead to public safety. Our demands are backed by a deep understanding of the community's needs and rigorous research. The budget that you all put forward this year does not align with the research on public safety conducted by experts, nor does it align with history or community needs. If you take a deep look into the widely accessible research on public safety and the best way to decrease gun violence and all forms of violence, an increase in police funding is not highly recommended. A study on adult and youth workforce development programs reached the conclusion that implementation of evidence-based community violence intervention strategies, particularly employment, has contributed to marked reductions in gun violence. Another study on jobs program in Chicago that took youth from some of the most violent neighborhoods in the city and prepared them for the labor market saw a 43% decrease in violent crimes and arrests.
Thank you.
Let's refund our city. Let's invest in economic justice.
Eleanor?
Eleanor Ross. Directing so much money to the police not only results in economic injustice, but it results in serious police violence. Raleigh police have killed more people than I can name, including and especially young men who needed healthcare support and yet received a bullet. Efforts at reform have not helped these matters. As noted by an article in the Indy Week published just last week, the same officer who tasered Daniel Tercios, a father who was brutally killed in February in front of his family after a traumatic car accident, is the same officer who fatally shot Keith Collins in 2020, firing at him 4 times as he ran away and 7 more times after he fell to the ground. Collins was carrying a BB gun. I stand with Refund Raleigh and their demands, and with my 20 seconds, I would like to say that because I read the entire budget, I know that you're proposing several hundreds of thousands of dollars to add workers to your community engagement office. If you want to engage with your community, give them more than a minute to speak with you. Thank you.
Rue Davis. Good evening. First, as an educator working in the wake of a school shooting, I'm using the first few seconds of my time to honor the lives taken in recent massacres. What happened in Uvalde, Texas was not just gun violence, but also violence from the police. Police who threatened parents who wanted to save their children instead of responding to an active shooter, and the SROs who criminalize kids daily in Wake County Public Schools do not provide safety for our youth. As our nation grieves massacres like those in Uvalde and Buffalo, as well as police inaction and violence, the moment is long overdue for Raleigh to respond with evidence-based solutions without police to create true public safety in our city. With the responsibility to these lives taken in massacres and by the police, I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amelia Covington. I'm a Raleigh resident and member of Refund Raleigh. First, I want to address the last-minute anti-democratic decision to cut our public comment time down to 1 minute per person. I understand perhaps more individuals registered to speak than you were expecting. However, this should be a good thing. Shouldn't we celebrate the fact that so many of our community members are eager to share their feedback with the City Council, in person no less? And clearly 1 minute is not enough. With my remaining time, I want to share that I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the city workers that make this city run their wage to $22 an hour and implement a crisis response unit modeled after Denver's extremely successful STAR unit, and pay for these measures by divesting from the police budget. It is unconscionable that our city council is willing to pay the police more so that they can afford to live in Raleigh, but refuse to extend that same logic to our city workers. The fact that some of our city workers do not receive basic benefits like paid sick leave, health insurance is proof that this city does not value their sustained labor. Thank you.
Alyssa Chapin. I'm speaking today as a member of the Raleigh community and as someone who provides legal resources to people who are incarcerated in Wake County and North Carolina prisons. In my work, it is so plain that people of color are targeted by RPD. The state's own data backs this up. It shows that while only 28% of Raleigh is black, 46% of traffic stops are of black people. And not only that, but 62% of those who are searched are black people, despite the fact that white people are more likely to be carrying contraband. I see how often people are brutalized by the police department during their arrest and during their incarceration in the jail. Then people struggle to receive the medical care that they need while they are incarcerated. This is not care. You say that you don't have enough money to spend on measures of care and safety that actually matter, and you simultaneously increase the city police budget. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands.
Kristen Havlick. I want our tax dollars to go to the things that keep my neighbors and all the black folks that are here safe, because I'm fucking white, and this would never happen to me. Quite frankly, I stand with Refund Raleigh, and I disagree that we need to increase the city police budget. Increasing it by another $8 million when you did that by $5 million last year is unconscionable when we are in a housing crisis. And you know this. You know this. I stand with Refund this. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of city workers, like my cousin who works in this building, who had to move out to another county because she couldn't afford to live here. We need to make the city safer by actually providing people what they need. Thank you.
I'm Lauren Frey, and I'm a proud long-term resident of Raleigh. I believe the city is intentionally excluding the voices of Raleigh community members about what we want our city tax dollars to be spent on. We want investments and community supports that improve our quality of life and actually keep us safe in affordable housing, dignity wages, public transportation, and parks and recreation. I am furious to learn that instead you have proposed to increase the city's police budget and maintain this as the single largest budget allocation for the city at $124 million. This is not what Raleigh wants. I strongly support Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of city workers that make this city run to at least $22 an hour and to create a no police crisis response initiative modeled after the Denver Star Unit. The Denver Star Unit showed that thousands of crisis calls can be responded to without police violence and without arrests, and Raleigh PD has a history of killing and brutalizing people in crisis. Let's divest from Raleigh PD and invest in the Raleigh community.
My name is Zoe Niebuhr, and I'm a Raleigh resident, and I'm speaking today to talk about a gross misallocation of funds away from taxpayers and towards the criminal Raleigh Police Department, who continues to face zero real accountability in our city. I want our public money to go to the things that keep me and my community safe, the real public safety, affordable housing, parks and recreation for our children, free COVID-19 testing programs, and other anti-poverty programs. The racist Raleigh Police Department does not need new officers. It does not need a $10 million new facility. And you do not need to be forking more of our money over to increase officer pay while our other city workers scrape to get by. I support Refund Raleigh's demands for a $22 minimum wage for city workers and a crisis response unit modeled after Denver's Star Unit. Thank you.
Irene Lawrence, 853 Dalewood Drive, 27610. I'm here in solidarity with Refund Raleigh to demand that Raleigh City Council divest from police. Some of the functions of police need to be housed elsewhere. Raleigh PD in particular has a history of killing and brutalizing people in crisis. To address this, we're asking, as my colleagues have stated, that you create a no police crisis response initiative modeled after the Denver STAR program, which deploys emergency response teams that include EMTs and behavioral health clinicians to engage individuals experiencing crises related to mental health issues, poverty, homelessness, and substance misuse. These people don't need police. In 6 months, this program responded to thousands of calls, had no police violence, and zero arrests. The success of programs like this show that police are not the solution to every crisis that civilians may be experiencing. Let's bring this type of resource to Raleigh and keep police out of incidents where they're likely to do more harm than good. Thank you.
Okay, next I'm going to ask the next 10 people to come up. Fernando Martinez, Kian Hafezi, Jennifer Kilpatrick, Manzoor Chima, Brian Moriarty, Will Barber, Mike Robinson, Connor Beckerly, Dana Hallisan, and Martha Hernandez. And if you'll start by giving your name, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
I need an interpreter. Necesito un intérprete en español. Quiero hablar en español, necesito un intérprete. Thank you. I'm okay. This is a test. Thank you so much.
Señor. So on the form that was filled out, you asked if you could bring an interpreter. So there's not an interpreter here. And is there someone in the audience who could interpret?
I don't need an interpreter. This is a test. I'm full aware of the form. I just want to make a point. You all keep talking about welcoming Raleigh. Eso no me hace sentir bienvenido. Mi nombre es Fernando. Vivo en Raleigh por muchos años, más de una década. Voy a decir esto en español y espero que se me garantice también el derecho a volver a repetirlo en inglés. I'm going to say this in Spanish, and I really appreciate if you grant me another minute to say it in English. He vivido aquí. Estoy tomando mi tiempo. Thank you. He vivido en Raleigh por más de 10 años y no me gusta cómo manejan las cosas cuando ustedes hablan de que están dando la bienvenida a la comunidad, no importa de dónde vienen. Nosotros no nos sentimos bienvenidos, mucho menos nos sentimos bienvenidos por los servicios que la ciudad presta o no nos presta, mucho menos nos sentimos bienvenidos con una fuerza policial que está matando a la comunidad inmigrante, a la comunidad negra que han matado por años, y no estoy de acuerdo en que incrementen el presupuesto para la policía a costa de los trabajadores de la sanidad y de la limpieza. Estoy con Reef and Raleigh.
Did you want...
I'm going to repeat it in English.
He asked for an extra minute. Yes, and so I'm asking them to set the timer.
Thank you. Fernando Martinez, longtime resident of Raleigh. As I was saying earlier, I don't feel welcome. You all keep talking about welcoming Raleigh. And this is something, the minimum thing that you could do is to make sure that people feel welcome by providing the services where they can speak in the language of their preferences, on their mayor language, on the basic language, Spanish or any other language that they choose to. I'm also dismayed to see the city council for so many years perpetrating poverty wedges and actually rewarding the law enforcement that is killing community members, including the immigrant community. Not to mention that they have been killing black people for so many years, and you are instead rewarding them with an increase in their budget, but you refuse to talk about increasing for sanitation workers. The first or second person who died because of COVID-19 in Raleigh was a sanitation worker. Let's do not forget that. And you are refusing to raise the minimum wage for city workers. I demand, just with Reef and Raleigh, that you pay $22 an hour to city workers.
Now. Thank you.
Manzoor Chima, 4108 Archibald Way, Raleigh, North Carolina. And great solidarity with Brother Fernando. I'm also a supporter of Refund Raleigh. I'm also a member of Muslim for Social Justice. I represent black, brown, Muslim, and working class community members. Last time I was here was with sanitation worker strike in 2006, when the sanitation worker strike in Raleigh went on strike and did meet and confer. We demand justice for the people. We represent people who are undocumented immigrants, refugees from Syria, Afghanistan, Rohingya refugee members, black community members. And our members feel that they are excluded from the decision making of the Raleigh City Council. This is why I'm here to protest the increase in Raleigh city budget, where the police budget is the single largest budget allocation in the entire city budget, at the backs of black, brown, and working class people. The money is being given from people to the police, and we protest against that. We demand that to raise minimum wage to $22 and do no police crisis response based on Denver. Thank you.
Your time is up. Thank you.
My name is Brian Moriarty. I live at 4600 Periwinkle Place in Rocky Mount. I had to move out there because I couldn't afford a house here, working for the city. I'm a proud member of the City Workers Union and an even prouder employee of the Solid Waste Services and Yard Waste Division. I love my job, but I kind of have to look at taking a job over in Rocky Mount. I really don't want to do that. You guys got real great people, the smartest, kindest, most hardworking people in that department, and I've been driving trucks for 10 years, the lowest I ever got paid, including when I got started 11 years ago now. I'm assuming that we've only been limited to a minute to speak because you guys want to go home. But in solid waste, we don't go home until our job is done. I've been on, I got 3 jobs, okay? And that's I've been on the road since 4:30 this morning. I'm exhausted. Please, I really don't want to work in Rocky Mount. I want to work in Raleigh. Thank you.
Thank you.
William Barber, 3716 Crow Court. First of all, I want to thank Mr. David Cox for asking about the city employees getting more than a 2% cost of living adjustment in April. You were correct to state the 2% wasn't enough. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but even after 2%, my paycheck only went up 2 cents after taxes and deductions were taken out. That 2 cents is no help at all with the rising cost of everything, especially fuel. I also want to thank you for representing my district. I'm here to speak on something that I feel is injustice for all the other employees that work for the city of Raleigh. I do want to say that I no way begrudge the cost of living raise for police and fire department. However, I do believe it's injustice just to focus only on police and fire departments. They're not the only departments in the city of Raleigh that deserve the higher living raise. Since I work for the city of Raleigh Solid Waste, I could speak on behalf of the men and women whom I work for, or with. A majority of those who work in solid waste also live here in Raleigh, and it's a struggle on what we currently get paid. We're just essential as the rest, and we need higher wages as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Mike Robinson. I'm a solid waste service specialist for the city of Raleigh. I'm also a union member. I've been working for the city of Raleigh for 8 years. Solid waste service is one of the most important safety services in this city. If we do not do our job, we will have dozens of more pandemics and health crises. But yet we are underpaid and overworked. I work in yard waste. We started out with 20 trucks 8 years ago. We had 4 routes. Now we have 10 trucks and we have 8 routes. I've been hospitalized for 7 days due to heat exhaustion. Workers are being hospitalized because of heat exhaustion, but management is not investing in hydration supplies. When we bring up concerns about resources for us to do our job safely, we are told there is no money. But yet the police are getting a 12% increase. We're only getting a 2% increase. I've been working since 2014 and I still make less than a rookie police officer. We are here alongside Refund Raleigh. We want $22 an hour minimum wage, enforcement of the health policy by our management, more hydration supplies. The city of Raleigh works because we do.
My name is Dan Al-Hassan, and I'm a member of Muslims for Social Justice based here in Raleigh. And whether it's surveilling mosques, racially profiling drivers, mass shooting, I have witnessed Raleigh police brutalize poor black and brown people. I'm also a public health professional with a doctoral degree in epidemiology. My research focuses on what keeps communities safe, and the data is clear. Violence prevention programs are effective at stopping violence, unlike police. A systematic review, which we consider the gold standard of research, recently concluded that police harm the health of Black Americans. According to renowned psychologist Stephen Porges, to create safe communities, you cannot simply remove a threat. You must put positive mechanisms in place. Therefore, creating safe communities can be accomplished through positive interventions. Programs that include affordable housing, decent schools, and healthcare, not more police. Denver's STAR program is such a positive intervention. Since its launch, STAR paramedics have responded to more than 2,700 calls, and we are here to say to create a no police crisis response team. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Connor Beckerly again. I'm here as a member of Socialist Alternative, Democratic Socialists of America, and I'm here to support Refund Raleigh's demands. The police budget has been increased rapidly for many years in a row, rising far past inflation. Yet crime has also risen, as has homelessness and housing. We know that insufficient wages and housing are the root cause of small crimes, and living standards have fallen due to the pandemic, the housing crisis, and inflation. But partly because City Council prioritizes spending its money on militarized police who brutalize and kill people, wealth inequality and its related problems have only gotten worse. Along with the rest of Raleigh, city worker wages are also too low and have been allowed to stagnate. The MIT Living Wage Calculator says that 2 adults need to both make $23 to barely support a family, but the city claims only a $17 minimum wage for city workers, and full-time workers report making as little as $15. This is obviously not enough. This is something the city can fix easily by raising the city worker wage, by reinvesting the egregiously high police budget. We also, like I said earlier, I don't have faith in the current city government to do this. We need a government that supports the needs of
Connor.
people
Your
over
time
police
is
and
up.
prisons.
Thank
Thank you.
I'm going to speak in Spanish, and I'm requesting 1 minute for the interpretation.
Could you give your name, please? Thank you.
Mi nombre es Marta Hernández. He vivido en Raleigh por más de 30 años. Yo considero Raleigh mi casa. Aquí han nacido mis hijos, aquí tengo mi trabajo, aquí pago, aquí vivo. Raleigh es mi casa y por eso sé que tengo el derecho de exigirme para mi familia, mis compañeros, mis vecinos, que vivan seguros. No solamente la gente que tiene las armas y que tiene un color de piel diferente del mío. Todos tenemos el derecho a vivir seguros. Mis compañeros, mis familiares, mis vecinos. Estoy exigiendo que lo que la comunidad necesita para vivir segura son más terapistas, consejeros, gente que apoye. No necesitamos más gente armada sin ninguna capacitación que venga a decidir qué es justo y qué no es justo. Necesitamos más consejería y que ese dinero que se va a desperdiciar en gente que no está ni capacitada y que se le entrega un arma simplemente porque ya está comprada, que sea una persona que venga a proteger de verdad a la comunidad. Necesitamos terapistas, consejeros.
This is Marta Hernandez. She's lived here for 30 years. She considers this and Raleigh her home. She's raised her kids here. This is where her job is. This is where she pays taxes to the city, and this is where she lives. She believes that she has the right to express herself and to be safe in what she does, to live safely for not just her, but also to speak on behalf of her friends and family. What we need is therapists. What we need is counselors, not armed police who get to decide what is just and what is unjust. She wants people here who can actually protect her and be safe in the way that she lives her daily life.
Thank you. We have 5 remaining speakers, Ngaza Laughinghouse, Griselda Alonso, Don Blakegrove, Joshua Bradley, and Felicia Areja.
Ngaza Laughinghouse, North Carolina Public Service Workers Union, UE Local 150, Raleigh City Workers Union. You've heard my comrades, my brothers and sisters speak. We have many of them wearing refund t-shirts because we stand in solidarity with the movement they're building in our community. But most important, I think it's very important that we look at the darkest moments we've had during this pandemic. We saw the value of our sanitation workers, our sewer workers, keeping us safe and healthy. We saw the value of our people in parks, keeping our parks, safe so we could have a spiritual refuge to escape the pandemic. If we value them then we should value them now. We should value them in this budget. I'm disappointed that we do not value our workers that provide a safe, healthy community for us. And more importantly, I want to just speak to the question of the temporary workers. We have hundreds and hundreds of temporary workers in Parks and Rec, in sanitation. No benefits, no health benefits, no medical leave, no holiday, no vacation. This
Thank
is
you.
a sin.
Your
It's a
time
sin.
is up. Thank you.
Refund Raleigh, we're going to stand with them, and we're going to continue to build this movement.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Griselda Alonso y necesito interpretación.
So we're going to take the minute again for interpretation.
A principios de este año, Daniel Bustos, un inmigrante, fue asesinado a manos de las policías aquí en la ciudad de Raleigh.
At the beginning of this year, Daniel Tucios was murdered by the police here in the city of Raleigh.
Es por eso que en nombre de mi comunidad, la comunidad inmigrante, y también con el derecho que me da el estar viviendo aquí por 25 años en esta ciudad, vengo a exigirles que dejen de estar dando más dinero a la policía y ese dinero lo inviertan en nuestras comunidades.
With that, and with the voice of my community, and for the past 25 years that she's lived here, she's saying that that you all should stop investing in the police.
Durante a principios del año yo estuve yendo a cada una de las audiencias que hicieron para las áreas distritales. Durante los primeros meses de este año estuve yendo a las audiencias de las audiencias distritales que hicieron ustedes.
Earlier this year, she was in some of the meetings, the district meetings that y'all were having.
Durante esas audiencias estuve viendo que ustedes estaban pidiendo, estaban pidiendo aumento salarial.
That y'all were asking for, to increase the salary.
Y ahora yo les pregunto, ¿ustedes creen que se merecen un aumento de salario cuando ni siquiera nos dejan hablar adecuadamente?
Why were y'all asking for salary increases when you aren't giving the same to people out here?
Y yo la veía cuando se acercaba a nuestra comunidad, porque necesitaba el voto. Nuestros hijos votan, nuestra comunidad vota. Así que mejor hagan bien su trabajo y vean por los más necesitados, porque vivir aquí en Raleigh se está haciendo imposible y ustedes mismos están haciendo que nos lleven afuera de esta ciudad.
Some of you are out trying to get our votes. Our kids vote, and they can vote for you, but why don't you all do your job? Because it's getting hard to live here in this city.
Mejor bájense el salario, vivan con $7.25, que es lo que vive la mayoría de la gente, para que vean lo que es realmente las necesidades y que vean lo que realmente la ciudad necesita.
Why don't you all decrease your salary so you see how it is to live like us out here and to see how it is to be poor and trying to live in Raleigh?
Gracias. Tengan buenas noches.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Attorney Dawn Blagrove, Executive Director of Emancipate NC. Master Officer P.W. Coates yelled, "Go ahead, motherfucker, do it. Do it." Coates lusted for a pretext to murder a mentally unstable man with homicidal tendencies. "Give me the go-ahead," he said. He is now on leave with pay from Raleigh Police Department. Instead of paying killer cops and increasing the city budget for the police, which is the single largest budget allocation, choose instead to invest in real community safety. Emancipate NC stands with Refund Raleigh in demanding that city workers are paid a minimum of $22 an hour and that we use alternative resources other than law enforcement and invest in those resources. Lastly, as attorney, I think it is unethical and a dereliction of duty to stand behind the First Amendment and act as though there is no balance between First Amendment rights and the rights to protect the citizens of Raleigh. What first-year law students know that?
John, your time is up. Thank you.
Dr. Felicia Arriaga, I'll also say that online, if there is a form to request interpretation, it's hidden because we could not find it. I'm a sociology professor. I studied the devastating impacts of local government's investment in criminalization, police and prisons and the impact of police and prisons on our communities across North Carolina. I have stood with community members and family members who have lost a loved one to police violence right here in Raleigh. How many of you have done that? We know you haven't, or else you would make some changes. Our communities deserve investment in meaningful safety. A budget is a moral document that must reflect the will of the people. We ask you that you listen to all these folks in here, the Raleigh community, the Black and Brown Raleigh community, that are pleading for investment in evidence-based safety measures. I stand with Refund Raleigh's demands to raise the wage of the city workers that make the city run to $22 minimum wage and a crisis response unit modeled after Denver's extremely successful STAR unit, and pay for these safety measures by divesting from the police budget. And as someone recently said earlier, the city of Raleigh runs because they do it. Thank you.
I think we got everyone. Is there anyone who signed up who did not speak? Okay, thank you. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, we will not vote on the budget until our work session on the 13th. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and spending and telling us what you think. It's important. So we are now going to continue with the rest of our meeting, starting with our water and sewer system development fee update.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Ballmer. I'm the fiscal manager for Raleigh Water, and I'm here today to talk about the system development fees and the required public hearing for their adoption. To give you a little background, system development fees, also called capital facility fees, are governed by state law. The state law prescribes the ways they can be calculated or the way they can be calculated and lays out specific process for fee adoption. The fees are required to be updated at least once every 5 years. Timeline on this particular update, January 19th, our consultant, Raftalis, completed their draft fee analysis. In February and March, it was placed on the city's website for the required public comment period of 45 days. It's actually still on the website and available for public review. It was presented to council along with the rest of the city's proposed fees in the citywide fee schedule at the April 11th work session, which leads us to today, June 7th. This public hearing is the last step before these fees can be adopted as part of the FY23 budget. The proposed fees are laid out on your screen in this chart. If you follow the top line, that 5/8 inch meter, that is the typical meter size for a single family residential home. The fee escalates based on meter size. The more the fee, the larger the meter. Overall, it'll be a 5% increase. We're proposing a 5% increase in the water capital facility fee, a 12% decrease in the sewer capital facility fee, and if the development has both, which most do, it would be a net 6% decrease. With that, I'm happy to try to answer any questions, and we can open it up for the public hearing.
So in this particular case, no one has signed up to speak in support or in opposition. So I am going to open the public hearing and close the public hearing. Are there any questions? Councilmember Cox.
So in this day and age of inflation and rising costs, for example, we're seeing an increase in our proposed municipal building that we want to build from $170 million up to $220 million. So what's the justification for decreasing the sewer capital facility fees?
So the decrease is principally due to the fact that we have more capacity to sell than we did back in 2018, the last time we did this fee renewal. We increased the capacity of our flagship wastewater treatment plant, the Neuse River Resource Recovery Facility, from 60 million gallons a day to 75 million gallons a day. So that extra capacity basically increased the denominator and drove, even though we've had, like I said, like you referred to, significant capital investment, the increase in capacity that was available is what drove that down on the wastewater side.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion? Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I move approval of the water and sewer capital facilities fees as presented.
Do we have a second? Second. Mayor Pro Tem Stewart had seconded first. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Opposed. Councilmember Cox is opposed. Okay, next we have STC 13-2021 Seaboard Avenue. Again, no one has signed up to speak in support or in opposition.
Good evening. My name is Ann Conlon from Transportation. Just got a brief presentation for you about this one. So we have a proposed closure of a piece of right-of-way on the north side of Seaboard Avenue, just north of downtown. It is to support a development of a 7-story mixed-use building. The site plan for that development has been approved with a condition for the closure. There were 2 previous closures for a similar strip of right-of-way on this street and an alley that were both previously approved, and we have found this to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. So as a reminder, these are the policy around closure in the plan. I'll leave this up and happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Again, no one here to speak in support or in opposition, so I'm going to open the public hearing and close it. Do we have any questions? Do we have a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, clerk, that was unanimous. Next is Sewer AR 1359 Woodbridge Sewer Extension. Again, no one has signed up in support or in opposition.
I'm happy to give a brief presentation on this one as well. So just describe the location, the scope, and the assessment map and the staff recommendation. So this is a sewer extension in Council District B that was at a citizen request to serve 2 properties. Ultimately, the assessment is for 6 properties, the $3,800 each for a total of $23,000. You can see the location of the sewer extension within the Woodbridge neighborhood in Northeast Raleigh off of Falls of Noose Road. These are the 6 specific properties to be assessed. And we are recommending approval of the assessment roll.
Any questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next, we have rezoning Z4521 Navajo Drive.
Good evening, Bynum Walter, Raleigh Planning and Development. Great to see everybody. So this is a request to rezone multiple parcels on Navajo Drive. I do want to note that one of these parcels has been removed from the request by the property owner. It's this one. It's just under 5 acres. It's 1032 Navajo Drive. So this is a request for less than 32.48 acres to go from a handful of different districts, all to commercial mixed use, 20-story height limit with an urban limited frontage and some conditions. The SHOD overlays would be removed, but there's a landscaping condition included that roughly is comparable, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. So again, that parcel 1032 Navajo has been removed, and I believe there's representation here for that applicant for that parcel if you want to hear from them tonight. And there's no other additional process for you except to exclude that parcel in when you make your motion with the consistency statement. And just again, where that is, it's this purple area in the site. We're east of North Hills proper, west of Duke Raleigh Hospital on the north side of the Beltline, and the west side of Wake Forest Road. A couple of views of the site. There are a handful of conditions here. They've prohibited some of the most intense commercial uses. They've made this provision about planting along the Beltline that roughly mimics the SHOD. They've made some provisions about screening of structured parking, are providing bike share stations, are providing public art installations, some specifications, establishing higher standards for their outdoor amenity area. They have provided that residential tenants at 901 Navajo will be provided with at least 60 days notice of termination of their lease. This condition started life as 30 days, and they increased that to 60 days before you set the public hearing. And then they have said that 10% of residential units beyond the current entitlement of 901 units that are currently allowed would be affordable to residents at 80% of the area median income for 10 years. So this was modified before you set the hearing. Previously, they had had a condition sort of like this that also included an option for them to make payment for affordable housing elsewhere. So this condition means it would be on the site. And then they made another adjustment before you set the public hearing, so the entitlement matches the numbers in the traffic study that was done as part of the analysis of the case. So a couple of things that changed right around the time you set the case. So what's going on here, the residential entitlement is going up, the office entitlement is going up, the side and rear setbacks do not change, and the primary street build to is tightening up here. This is consistent with the plan overall. A number of consistent policies, consistent with the future land use map and with the urban form map. There was ongoing conversation between staff and the applicant about the specificity of the Navajo Drive connection to Church at North Hills connection. We had conversation with them about that. They did not choose to offer that. That's something they could offer, but they have not chosen to do that. Regardless, Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to take any questions you have. The applicant's here, and so is the applicant of that withdrawn parcel.
Okay, in this case, we have Michael Birch here speaking in support and Isabel Maddox in opposition. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thanks. Oh, Ms. Walters, don't go so fast. You didn't mention in your comments, did staff do analysis for compliance with the walkable Midtown plan, the Midtown St. Albans plan?
Let me look at that while you hear from the applicant, please.
Any other questions? Okay, we will have 8 minutes per side. Mr. Birch, if you would like to start.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Michael Birch with Longleaf Law Partners here on behalf of the applicant. I want to thank Bynum for her presentation, and again, want to just emphasize that at a high level, the area that we're talking about is an area that the city has designated for a long time now as an area for targeted investment, higher density housing, more intense mixed-use development pattern. And this council and this city has seen that happen over the years with North Hills East expansion, the Midtown Exchange project, which is immediately north of this property, the Coastal Federal headquarters just north of this, as well as the Midtown Exchange, and then the Front Street rezoning that was in front of council within the past year. This proposed rezoning is consistent, compatible with those prior rezonings, and is also consistent with the walkable Midtown area plan. I believe this is the first case that has come to council fully under the Midtown area plan. Front Street came in right as it was getting adopted, but this is a case that is really the first one to come through, and I'll note that we are consistent with all of those area plan policies. This is an excerpt of the Midtown area plan, and I just want to note that that area plan really focused on two kind of key topics. One is transportation, the other is housing. From a transportation standpoint, this property and the redevelopment of this property is critical to the needed transportation improvements in this area. First, the realignment of Navajo Drive and connection to Church at North Hills Street to make another connection to North Hills East other than just St. Albans. It will also extend Quail Hollow to the Beltline and set the stage for, hopefully a crossing over 440 that will alleviate traffic at the interchange. Redevelopment of this project will dedicate right-of-way for that bridge again, at no cost to the city as part of the development plan process. Additionally, through conditions, we are supporting the Midtown Ring, which is kind of highlighted here in orange through the provision of 2 city bike share stations as part of this project. The other topic of housing was key in the Midtown Area Plan, and really the only area plan to date that has adopted a policy specifically addressing affordable housing. That policy said that rezoning applicant should commit to 10% affordable housing above the current entitlement on the property. And so we have added a condition to that effect, committing to 10% affordable housing, 80% at 10 years, which is fully consistent with that policy, over and above the current entitlement. Also want to acknowledge that a large portion of this property is developed with an existing apartment community with about 365 units. Want to let the council know that all of those residents have been notified throughout the process, kind of individually at each unit, about the meetings, the 2 neighborhood meetings, and been made aware of the possible plans going forward. I also want to note that the residents here are typically on 12-month leases, and that the current owner is continuing to renew those leases for 12-month terms. They have actually already sent out renewal notices for those leases expiring in August, asking folks to renew for another 12 months. There are no immediate plans to submit a development plan for redevelopment of this property. But even if there were, just given the scale, scope of what would have to be done, we would anticipate, again, a 15 to 18-month process. So I would say, just practically speaking, and even under the terms of the leases that are being sent out for renewal now, the existing residents that are there will at least be there through the end of August 2023. And again, there are no immediate plans to stop renewing those leases. Also, practically speaking, there is no incentive to remove units before absolutely necessary. So in the event that at some point these units go on month-to-month leases because they're getting closer and closer to the time of construction, one, that's why we have the 60-day notice. But again, we also anticipate that, given the size of the property, the way the buildings are laid out currently, that it is highly unlikely that all the units would be removed at once. There are ways to, that would just kind of practically phase. So I just wanted to address that, given that there are a large number of existing units on the property today. In addition to those conditions, we've added a number of other conditions with regard to public art with contiguous outdoor amenity areas. We've gone through the TIA process, have worked with staff, and know that we will continue to work with staff at the development plan stage. I'm happy to address those in more detail, but want to emphasize that this case is consistent with the future land use map, urban form map, the comp plan, the Midtown area plan. There are no inconsistent policies in staff's analysis. We think it's reasonable and in the public interest because of the increase in housing supply, housing variety here, the provision of affordable housing above current entitlement, and the facilitation of needed transportation improvements as part of redevelopment of the property. So, again, I'm here to address any questions the council may have.
Okay, I have reserved 53 seconds should you need it for rebuttal. Do we have any questions of the applicant? Councilmember Melton?
I just had one. What were you saying about a pedestrian bridge? Because I don't see it in the zoning conditions.
Right. So there are no conditions with regard to the pedestrian bridge itself, but as you can see here, on the street plan, call it, because that is essentially a comp plan street, when that property comes into redevelop, they have to dedicate the right of way to accommodate what right now is an actual street, not just a pedestrian connection, but an actual street. So they'll have to accommodate the landing on that side of 440.
When it goes for redevelopment, that area will have to be yielded for the pedestrian.
Correct. Yeah, and again, and vehicular. So I mean, we're considering a pretty wide, the width of a street.
A multimodal bridge.
Multimodal, yeah.
Understood. Thank you. That was helpful.
Yeah. Very
Okay. Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Thank you. And this may be addressed by Ms. Maddox. I don't quite know yet. So as I understood it before tonight, or before at some point when the parcel was taken out, there were about 500 units of existing housing on this parcel. And now there, with the 5 acres or approximately 5 acres removed, you've got 365 units remaining.
So the property at 1032 Navajo is a hotel use, so not a apartment use. So the number of apartments, or I would say all of the apartments, are on property still within the rezoning. That is, I believe, 365 units that are currently on that property today. That doesn't include what I believe are about 144, hotel rooms.
Okay. And I'm curious about this, how you got to this 900 number for, once you hit that, you would do 10% of the future units would be affordable housing, when there's no minimum requirement in any of these conditions for how many units will be built. So you could build 899 units.
Correct. And that could be developed under current zoning today. So that kind of is what that number is reflective of. And that's what the Midtown Area Policy spoke to, is look at what you can do under current zoning, and then because you are increasing height, intensity, it's that delta that's when we start counting the 10% of that delta. And so that's what we've done here.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from Ms. Maddox now.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Isabel Maddox, P.O. Box 946, Raleigh 27602. I'm here tonight on behalf of RI North LLC. We don't really object to this case. I just wanted to make sure that this property owned by RI North LLC, the 4.8 acres, give or take, at 1032 Navajo is removed from the case. That's my only concern. Certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Which property is this?
If you can pull up a map, I can identify it. It's on Navajo. It's
Where's the address?
Can you?
Fine, I'm drew it on the map.
Okay.
Wait, why wasn't it removed? Huh? Oh, it's the hotel.
Can you bring a different, bring the zoning map up? Yeah, there you go. There, the purple is what is being removed. So it leaves a significant development site without this parcel.
So I guess I'm confused. This is included in the rezoning case, I'm not sure this is a question for you or Michael, but haven't you had conversations about this prior to this where you asked that it not be in there?
No, my clients agreed to join in the case initially, but as the case has developed, they started to have some concerns about how these conditions would apply. A lot of the conditions apply to all of the parcels, and there are multiple parcels in here without really any allocation of responsibilities. So most of these are either owned or controlled by the same party, which is Federated Capital. My client's property is not. And so it's like when they start developing units, when you get to that 900, is it a race to get the units before you have to do the affordable? There's a condition about a trip budget. There's maybe some amenity areas. There's 2 or 3 conditions that apply to all the parcels without really apportioning those out. And it's going to be easy for them to apportion those out if they own all the other properties. But this property would be sort of the odd man out. So I think my clients went into it with some expectation that the lawyers, Michael and Jennifer and his firm, were representing all the parties, and they really weren't. They were really representing their clients, and my clients had joined in. I wasn't representing them at the time when they started this process, so it was a little bit of a confusion. And they get to the end, and they have some concerns about how those conditions would apply, and decided they would go in a separate direction.
Okay, so is that the partner pulling out? Is who she's representing?
Yes.
Okay. So they're doing what you want.
Yeah, I think that property is being withdrawn, correct?
I mean, we have to do it in the motion.
Yeah.
But, okay,
Yeah.
I'm good now.
That's my only, there's no opposition on our part. I signed up just because you have the choice to be for or against. I just wanted to be able to put my 2 cents in.
Were you just being contrary?
Well, you know me.
She wanted her 8 minutes.
Okay, any other questions?
Okay, thank you for explaining that.
Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I didn't know that y'all were doing this public hearing on this, because I would like to speak in opposition. This is a big project, and there's more to this project than what meets the eye. I have 35 years of housing, and I worked on the Forest Hills project when the owner moved all those people out. This is not an easy project. So I'm recommending that we need to do this again and inform the people that they need to be here to speak up. That's right. I will certainly be here to speak up.
Ms. Rainey, we're not, excuse me. Excuse me. You're disrupting the hearing. Thank you. We are not finished with our questions. Please let this continue. Thank you. So we've got some clarity now on what needs to be done if we wish to move forward. Anybody on council have any additional questions? I know Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Yeah. This idea of conditioning affordable units in rezonings is really good politics. I don't know if it's good policy. And my concern is that you have you don't build new affordable units until you hit 901. And so if you do 900, we've seen this in other states, if you do 900, you never build a new affordable unit. If you build all commercial, you never get an affordable unit. And so I'm not comfortable with that condition unless there are additional conditions that talk exactly about that, that are about we don't build commercial until there's X number of residential units on the site, or that we have a minimum number of units that are going to go here. There's this incredible book, and I've talked about it before, called Affordable City by Shane Phillips, and he talks about the 3 buckets of affordable housing policies. One is subsidy, which we do pretty darn well, thanks to the folks, to the voters who approved our affordable housing bond. We do supply really well, much to folks' chagrin, We do supply really well. But this is a case of maybe we need to slow down and look at stabilization, which is the third policy bucket. And I hear that there are more cases coming where we're going to be building density on top. Y'all know, like, I'm into the density, but at what cost? And I think that's the stabilization piece. We've done a lot of projects that are sitting on industrial land right now. You can look at the sites over here that we're doing density are on mostly forested land. They're on previously commercial land. I'm really hesitant on this one without some additional conditions that would ensure that we get these affordable units in.
So I'm just going to suggest something. Would this be worthwhile to put into committee? I don't know what the, where's Michael? So the choice would be, you've heard some of the concerns, coming back with additional conditions that could address those concerns, or it would be a delay, more significant if we put it in committee. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we would like the opportunity to come back to council without going to committee in an attempt to try and add conditions that could address the comments that we heard tonight. I think I have a good understanding of what the comments are and what y'all are looking for. So we'll know, again, I'm not standing here making any commitments on whether we'll bring forward new conditions or not, but I at least want to have the time to have the discussion with you all. So,
okay, so I'm going to leave the hearing open. Correct, City Attorney? Okay, we'll leave the hearing open and ask City
Just
Attorney.
real quick, you're good with that? You don't want to close it to do the conditions yet? Okay, good.
Okay, we will.
Because we can do conditions while the hearing's open, so, yep.
Okay, so we'll leave the hearing open and ask this to come back at our meeting. How much time?
I mean, just given, I'd like to be able to come back in 2 weeks. That gives us at least a status, a point of status, and can make a decision from there.
Okay.
Yep.
Is everybody good with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we'll put this on the agenda for the 21st.
Great, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, this is Z7621 Strickland Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just over 4 acres from R4 to RX4 with conditions. You can see the parcel here on the south side of Strickland, also south of Bailiwick. The request is inconsistent with our future land use map, but it is consistent with the plan overall, and Planning Commission does recommend approval. So here's a aerial view of the site, so you can see we're northwest of the Creedmoor-Strickland intersection and southwest of the Wildwood Green Golf Club. A couple of views of the site from the street. There are a handful of conditions here. So they've specified building materials, specified roof pitch, made some provisions about how to treat existing wells on the site, and also made some specification about relationship to adjacent parcels in terms of building and vehicle parking being 150 feet from a couple of these parcels. They've specified a setback from the paved edge of Strickland Road. They've limited their uses, and they've capped the total number of uses for the property. And they've also specified the street protective yard type that will be installed along Strickland Road. So what's happening here? The residential density is increasing. That's the big change. There's no intersection of 2 public streets here, so there's not likely to be a ground floor commercial use in the corner unit at the intersection of 2 public streets. Again, this is inconsistent with the institutional designation that's here. Typically we map this on churches, schools, properties like that, and the policy guidance doesn't really set forth a path for how to be something else other than those institutional uses that were in place when the future land use map was created. Consistent overall with the plan, even though it is inconsistent with the future land use map, a handful of consistent policies there, and the inconsistency largely to do with the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer questions you have. The applicant signed up to speak with you about their request. I believe there's also individuals signed up in opposition.
Okay, do we have any questions of Bynum?
I do.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Buffkin?
So, Bynum, I'm not sure this is your area, but this case raised a really important issue about pedestrian access across Strickland. If this development goes forward, there's an elementary school across the street. Can you help us understand what it would take to get a crosswalk put in there?
Absolutely not. But Ann Conlon from the Transportation Department can.
I'm glad to hear the second part.
I'm
Thank
trying to
you.
be honest about my limitations. Do you want to hear from her before you hear from the applicant? Okay.
I will be honest and say that I'm not aware of any plans for a crossing, but I don't want to say definitively that there isn't. But so is your question just how would we go about getting a crossing?
Yeah, basically, my understanding is it's a state-controlled road.
Mm-hmm.
So, but this is really important. Kids are going to be crossing a busy road.
Yeah.
I mean, kids will be crossing the road anyway, even if this project doesn't go forward.
Mm-hmm.
But this really brought it to light. And so I'd like to, hear what it would take to get that done and, see what we can do to make some progress on it.
Yeah, so I can work with our safety group who focuses specifically on schools and talk to them. They coordinate with DOT all the time. Certainly it's the kind of road where we would need some traffic control, to go in with a safe crossing, and I think that's something that we can explore.
Okay, that's great. Could we get an update in the manager's report on that? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, we have here signed up in support. I'm going to open the hearing. David Phillips, Randy Herman, and Chase Massey. If you could give your name.
Thank you, Mayor Baldwin. Randy Herman, attorney from the law firm of B.A. Folk, here representing the applicant. As you said, David Phillips, the developer, is here, and also Chase Massey, the engineer from FLM Engineering, is here as well, if they need to answer any questions. I forget how you go forward on this. Okay. So, again, this is the property, a little over 4 acres on Strickland Road. Of that 4 acres, and we'll talk about some of the restrictions, only about 2 acres of it is actually developable. There's a stream that runs along the eastern property line here, which has not been officially designated as a blue line stream, but we're confident that it will be. So there is a 50-foot buffer along that stream, which basically cuts off the property here. Also in consultation with the neighbors and in the neighborhood meetings that we held with them, we've also agreed to a 150-foot buffer on the south side of the property, which cuts it off like here. And we've also agreed to a buffer along Strickland Road. So basically what you are left with is this area, which is the developable part of the property. This is an aerial view. Currently it is undeveloped property. Immediately to the west, there is an existing apartment complex of 2- and 3-story apartment buildings. To the east is a church, which is probably a 2-story building. And this property is in between. We'll talk about the future land use map, but one of the issues potentially with this property is that it is shown as institutional on the future land use map. The historic reason for that is because at one point it was also owned by the church. So the church owned both parcels, and basically when they were designated on the future land use map, they were designated as institutional because that was the ownership at the time. The current zoning, so those apartments to the immediate west are zoned OX3. The properties across Strickland Road on the north side of Strickland Road from here are not in the city's jurisdiction. They're in county jurisdiction and are low density residential because of the lake. The topography of the sites, this relates to what I was talking about before in terms of the restrictions. So there's a stream here. The property falls off pretty steeply from Strickland Road toward the stream. So even without the stream buffer, probably this whole area you couldn't do a whole lot with. And so basically what you're left with is the flat area here, or relatively flat along the road, which is intended to be developed. So again, we've had actually in this case 3 neighborhood meetings, and on the basis of those meetings and the feedback that we got from the neighbors, we've agreed to these zoning conditions. The ones I wanted to point out, number 7, the city's calculation was that under the requested zoning, we could have a total of 102 units on the property. We don't think we need 102, and we don't think practically we could ever get 102, but in order to have an actual limit, because under the RX zoning there's technically no upper limit to the number of units you could have, we've put this maximum of 89 residential units. And again, the buffer on the south, the buffer along Strickland Road, the protective yard in order to screen the buildings, because there was a concern from several of the neighborhoods, several of the neighbors about the appearance of the buildings, either from the neighborhood to the south along Charterhouse or the appearance of the buildings from Strickland Road. We don't think these are going to be unattractive. We think it'll be an attractive community once it's built, but still to address those concerns, we have agreed to a number of screening, a buffer and a protective yard. And for the protective yard, basically we figured the easiest way to go about that was just to take the language from the UDO, and so we specified there'd be a type C2 protective yard, which is the one shown here, with significant plantings, both trees and bushes, basically blocking the view from the road. The other concern that we have heard from council is a request from the neighbors to institute a parking limited street frontage, which essentially would require that parking be put between the road and the buildings. Our plan is to basically have buildings more or less here, here, and here, and then parking in between. Again, a lot of it has to do with the restrictions on the buildable area of the site, just trying to keep everything kind of centrally located in a way that makes sense. But if we need to get in more detail with that, happy to let Chase Massey address that from a technical perspective as to why that wouldn't be very feasible here. But to talk overall about the desirability of rezoning in this area, again, this property is on Strickland Road. Strickland Road is a major thoroughfare. It was built to be used by traffic, and it was built to be developed on. As Council Member Buffkin just mentioned, there's a brand new elementary school that was just constructed right across the street from this property. We'd be very happy if there is a way to get a safe street crossing there, because we would love for people to be able to walk from this apartment complex over to the school, and to be able to make the best use of that school and have it be walkable. Again, there's issues because Strickland Road is a state road and so on that would need to be addressed, but I believe those are addressable.
Would you like to reserve, you're coming up on a minute.
Yeah, let me
reserve
the last minute for rebuttal if necessary, and happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Do we have any additional questions at this point? Okay. I am going to call up now Stephen Lai. So if we could set timer at 8 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Steve Lai. I'm kind of representing a neighborhood primarily surrounding this area. There are about 70 people who've been involved in discussions with Mr. Herman, and about 9 of them are here tonight. I live on Charterhouse Drive, which is right behind or south of the property being discussed. Next slide. What's the magic here? Okay. You've seen the conditions here. The important thing is there are really only 3 conditions which address the issue of compatibility with this rural residential neighborhood. Yes, the city map calls it an R4 neighborhood because that's your base zoning for residential. But in fact, all of the houses up and down this part of Strickland Road are on 1 acre or more lots, as are the neighborhood lots behind the property. So introducing a large building without adequate conditions to control its location is really the source of the problem that we have not been able to solve with the help of Mr. Herman and company. We've also met with Mr. Phillips and been introduced to a ghost builder called Spectrum Homes. They allegedly would be the ones who would implement these buildings. As Randy mentioned, 3 times he has shown us this map that you see in picture here. All of the notes on it are from the neighbors, and we've shared them freely with the proponents. As you can tell, we're concerned about the front setback, the side overshadowing the garden apartments right there to the left, and we're concerned about the elimination of trees in the so-called buffer area to the south. It would be great if part of those trees could be retained. The math here on the right is my own. What it shows is that these buildings, if you take scaled measurements, allow him to build 140,000 square feet, which would yield, after discounting 25% for common areas, utilities, 89 units would be 1,200 square feet each. So there's a lot of building being proposed here. I don't know of any apartments that average 1,200 square feet. The frontage is the big issue. That's the one that everyone will see. These are the trees that are there right now. They're about 65 feet tall, and the telephone pole to the left is probably 45. The building that this company builds at 3 different locations in Wake County looks just like this in all 3 applications. The 2 that are near the street look like this. This one is set in the picture to be 30 feet from the current pavement, as mentioned in the zoning conditions. The height is comparable to the 45-foot telephone pole you see across the street. The city says that this is, quote, similar to the adjacent garden apartments. I wanted to give you a close-up view of that if you haven't been down Strickland. This is set back well from the road. The white fence marks the official right-of-way for the future expansion of the street. But the housing behind that is 2.5, not 3 stories, and it's set back at least 40 feet from the right-of-way at this point in time. The neighbors are concerned about the interpretation of the comprehensive plan. There's one big if in what the staff wrote. Yes, it could be compatible. It's not an issue of residential. Our neighbors would gladly welcome new residents into the neighborhood. The city says it could be compatible, but the city admits with one big if that it ain't going to happen with only the 3 conditions that we have discussed. Another place, this in the assessment that you have on your desk, the city says that it's compatible, but it only addresses the issue of use. It does not address the scale, and the intensity of these new buildings that are proposed to be introduced into our neighborhood. We've talked to city management, and there are 3 words that are supposed to be used to judge compatibility: height, setback, and massing. I don't have time to spend a lot on this, but I did gather this data for you to show what are the actual height, setback, and my computation of massing. What this chart shows you is that the neighboring buildings are all very small in scale. There is nothing here that is as tall or as close to Strickland Road anywhere within miles of this location. So in conclusion, we just would like to point out that there's nothing like this on Strickland Road today. There's nothing like it planned. The biggest problem that the neighbors face is that big if question about how to make this building fit has not been addressed. Randy did mention the possibility that was suggested by our councilman. I think it is worthy of further discussion. It is late tonight. You guys are tired, we're tired. But I hope that before you automatically vote to approve this building this close to this rural residential street, that you would consider other options, and I don't know all of them, but I'm sure there are some that can be added to the conditions for this zoning that would make it appropriate for this application. Got 1 minute left. Any questions from the neighborhood?
Do we have any questions? Nope, we're good. Thank you.
I have a question. How can we be sure that they will honor the buffer for that protected?
We're gonna, thank you. We're gonna take this back to the table now. Okay. Mr. Lai, we're good for now. There's no questions. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've heard both sides. This is still open. What? Okay, you have 1 minute left. I was going to say, what does he want to do?
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the site layout that Mr. Lai showed. The reason we didn't show it is because it's very preliminary. We're not at that level of planning yet. And we already know that there are things on there that are no longer accurate. It doesn't show the 150-foot buffer. At least one of the buildings shown on that is probably in the stream buffer and needs to be moved back. So in other words, that layout is very preliminary and shouldn't be used as the basis for any kind of calculations. That's all I wanted to say about that. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Melton.
I'll just ask you the question that we had in the audience. I think it's in your zoning conditions, but honoring the buffer conditions. But is that in your zoning conditions?
That's you're talking about the streetscape buffer or the 150-foot?
There you go, protected creek.
The stream. So, I mean, the basic answer is staff will not allow us to propose conditions that are duplicative of what's already in the UDO. And the 50-foot setback from the bank of the stream is already in the UDO. So even if we propose that as a condition, staff would say all it does is duplicate what's already in the ordinance. It'll be enforced against us like it's enforced against any other property owner for stream protection. And we expect to honor that and to be subject of enforcement action if we're not.
I got a question.
Councilmember Branch, then Cox.
What about the 150 feet setback? Because that's not related to the creek.
No, the 150 feet is from the southern boundary. So the creek is along the east here. The 150 feet is from the southern boundary here. So it's basically that area on the south.
Okay.
The condition as written is there will be no buildings and no parking in that area. The reason it's not written as a tree conservation area is because we may need to put part of the stormwater retaining pond in that area, because with the topography of the site, everything flows down to that southern area. So that's the lowest part of the property. That's where water naturally flows, and probably that's where the retaining pond will have to be. But other than to put in that pond, there won't be any removal of trees, because there's nothing else that we can put there. There'll be no point in doing it.
My last question is kind of, I guess, for staff. For the western edge, which is abuts R4 and the RX, is there any transition or setback there that's required?
Your question is about the apartments adjacent? If there's
Correct.
a transition required there?
I know it's going from R4, I guess, I think that was R4.
Yeah, I would have to, I can
RX.
look and check on that. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer on the fly and be wrong. I don't want to tell you something untrue.
To the west is OX. So the R4 is all to the south and to the east.
That's right. Thanks, Randy. So the OX to the west, there's no transition between RX and OX.
Thank you.
And what he's offered to the south is a bigger buffer than what would otherwise be required.
Okay, Councilmember Cox?
So regarding the stream buffer, is that only applicable if it's a blue line stream?
Sorry, Bynum.
It's okay. Wayne Miles is here from Stormwater, and he's coming down to answer your question. Yeah.
Yes, sir, you're correct. That would be applicable if it were a blue line stream. That's a new buffer requirement that's regulated by the state, so that would make the final call. But we do expect, as the applicant has represented, that that would be determined to be a blue line stream and the buffer would apply.
Well, okay, so my point is this. We don't know today if that will happen, for sure. So it would be okay to accept a condition that says if that's not designated as a blue line stream, then they would provide that 50-foot buffer.
I would defer to the city attorney's office if that would be acceptable, but I do not know with 100%. So you are correct. I agree with that.
And can
It's
you
a state designation.
repeat that question again?
I believe Dr. Cox is saying if we do not know with 100% that that will be designated as a blue line stream at this point, could they offer a condition that would say if it were not a blue line stream, they would honor the same buffer requirement?
Yeah, I think they could. Yeah.
We'd be happy to accept that condition. We expect that to be the case anyway.
Okay. I mean, that's one thing. The other thing are the other concerns that they have regarding massing and density, and those haven't been addressed.
Yeah, so there's basically two ways of looking at density, right? It's the overall density over the entire site, and then the specific density on the location where the buildings are located. And basically the issue is because so much of the property is restricted, basically you have to end up concentrating the buildings in the remaining buildable area. So the overall density is 89 units per acre on 4 acres. And we are proposing, because it's RX4, 4-story buildings. So that's the overall density. Because, as I said, the buildings will all have to be concentrated in a small area, that particular area will be denser than that. But the overall density, yes, will be higher than in the existing R4 neighborhood immediately to the south, which is why we've proposed significant buffers to screen it from that property, so that probably once developed, they won't even be able to see these buildings.
Okay, but the 89 units is what you're proposing. There's no legal requirement for 89 units here, and in 89 units, that's considerably higher density than what's surrounding them. Is that Is that correct?
It's not significantly higher than the apartment building immediately to the west. It is higher than the much older neighborhood to the south, and it's higher than the much older and also outside the city's jurisdiction neighborhood to the north.
Right, and then you also are not addressing the massing, because these four-story buildings are considerably more massive than anything for miles.
That's correct. I don't think they're significantly more massive than, even given Mr. Lai's calculations. You know, immediately to the west of this OX property, there's a Food Lion shopping center. At the other end of Strickland Road, the next intersection to the east, there's a shopping center. So I don't think the overall mass of these buildings is higher than those shopping center buildings, but it certainly is higher than, for instance, the residential neighborhood to the south. If the fact that we are in the vicinity of an R4 neighborhood means we can never build anything denser or more massive than an R4 neighborhood, we are never going to be able to accommodate people who want to move to the city. And so it is inevitable that at some point
Personally,
you're going to
I
have to
find that
build larger
acceptable.
buildings than already exist, or else you're going to be, the whole city is going to be R4 neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, it's... Ma'am, could you please, there's 1 minute left, so if you would like to come up and say what you'd like to say.
The building.
Could we have your name, please?
I'm Judith Watkins. Thank
Okay.
you. I think that buffer is a protected area and has to be honored. I mean, there's no way.
Right.
You can't sit a building on it. Plus, he's talking about 4 acres. He only has 2.5 acres
right.
of usable land. You need to take that into context when you're thinking about all the units he's thinking about putting there. I mean, he could build he could have a smaller project that would fit the area. But to cram in enough apartments for 4 acres in a 2.5 acre area doesn't make sense. It's zoned improperly. I mean, it was zoned for homes with septic tanks to start with. I don't know why it got rezoned, but that's just, that's just all I have to say about it. But buildable space is about 2.5 acres.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Stewart.
Oh, my mind is racing. This rezoning makes a lot of sense to me. There's a lot of balance here. The idea that it's 4 acres of land, but we are, because of the restrictions of environmental policies and so on, there's only 2 acres left. And so to ask them to protect the environment and our watershed while still providing a vital need in our community, which is housing, and allowing them to build the same amount in the reduced space is balance we're seeking. But you can. Okay. So I'm ready to move forward and approve this one. I don't know where the rest of council is. We've heard from Mr. Cox, but I don't know where the rest of council is. I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. I mean, as the lady pointed out, we're talking about 2.5 acres, and we're trying to jam 89 units onto that. I mean, we're talking about 40 units per acre. I mean, that is extremely dense. Now, the applicant wants to say, well, it's 89 units over 4 acres, but he admits himself he can't use all 4 acres. Well, we can get to very low density. We could say, over the entire district or over the entire city, and we do that division and we get a very low density by doing that. So we can play those math games. The truth is, we're talking about a density of about 40 units per acre given the massing that they want to have. I think that's inappropriate for this area. This is a rural area. It's far away from the city. It's not on a transit line. And you talk about environment. You're talking about adding 89 units, probably 180 automobiles to this area, and you're talking about increasing the amount of gasoline that has to be burned and the amount of air pollution that is going to go into the air. So, you know, let's be honest about it. This is not an environmentally sound proposal. An environmentally sound proposal would be lower density for this area rather than something that's this high density and this much massing.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. So I, of course, represent the district where this is, and I spoke with Mr. Lai last week. We looked into the parking limited frontage, and there are no automatic approvals. As you have seen, the council is carefully considering this case, and everything has been looked into, and the choice in front of us now is, do we accommodate more housing in a city that is in the middle of a housing crisis? That's the context. That's the context. And the gentleman to my right has no vision for addressing the housing crisis. None. So this city's going to have to learn to grow differently if we're, Mayor, may I?
Please continue.
This city.
Please no disruptions from the audience. Let the council say what he needs to say.
This city is a growing city. We're going to have to grow differently if we're going to protect our quality of life here. This site is on a major road. It can accommodate the infrastructure, and it is not too out of scale with the adjoining developments. It's been thoroughly reviewed, and the choice in front of us is, do we want more housing or not? And faced with that choice, across from a brand new elementary school, what I'd like to see is families move in this place and kids go to that elementary school, and I'm ready to move approval at the appropriate time.
Well, I am going to close the hearing then. Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 7.
Please, some decorum. Councilmember Buffkin.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 7, 2020, contained.
Please continue.
I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 7, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem seconded. Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So 5-3. Opposed was Councilor Fort, Councilor Branch, and Councilor Cox. Okay, got that, clerk? Okay, thank you. All right, next we have the CP 1021, which is the Western Boulevard Corridor Study, Wake Bus Rapid Transit. So if we could keep it down, please.
Good evening, Mayor and
Evening.
Council members. Dania Sandeep with Planning and Development. A quick reminder: the
Could you
Western
put the
Boulevard-
microphone close? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Not really well.
I guess I'm short.
Just speak up. Just don't be scared.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Speak up.
Okay.
We need you to speak up.
Okay, I'll try to get this closer. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Dania Sandeep with Planning and Development. So the Western Boulevard Corridor Study and CP 1021 amendments open for hearing on April 5th. So tonight is going to be a continuation of the public hearing again that was held open so community members from the interested parties from the community could participate outside of the holy month of Ramadan. Now, the last hearing, I had provided a fairly detailed overview of the project, and since then we have shared a lot of information with interested parties. So tonight I am going to keep my overview very brief and provide some updates of comments from the last hearing. So tonight's hearing is the conclusion of the area planning process for the Western Corridor. Again, the scope included, the primary focus was to select the best route that the BRT could connect between downtown Raleigh and downtown Cary. We also looked at improvements to both infrastructure and public space so that we could enhance the user experience along the corridor. We also looked at recommendations on for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure as well as intersection safety. Again, these were prioritized by the community all through the process. So the plan amendments package CP 1021, we do include new policies and actions that support some of these key priorities and the connectivity recommendations that's included in the study. A quick reminder, so the Western Corridor to be heard tonight is just one of the pieces of the many ongoing efforts relating to the BRT project along Western Corridor, many of which are ongoing and some of which are upcoming as well. The TOD mapping process, which again is looking to apply the TOD overlay zoning along properties along for Western as well as Southern Corridor, is ongoing, and a quick reminder that that is up for discussion at the June 14th Planning Commission meeting. Again, the study area, we're looking at the section of Western between downtown and I-40 within Raleigh's jurisdiction, and also aligned with the new extension, that Western Boulevard extension, which is the selected BRT route. We had extensive engagement all through the course of 2 years, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval with some amendments, removing a few street connections. In the report, you will find recommendations falling into the four main categories of themes that we call multimodal connectivity, again, looking at street connections, pedestrian, bicycle, and greenway connections, enhancements to the public space. We do have identified properties that are great for TOD development, and then also looking at sustainable policies, with keeping in mind that it's really important to promote and encourage sustainable development approaches in the TOD areas. We also looked at connectivity, so there's a lot of new street connections, new bicycle connections recommended. And the notion here is that a robust street network, pedestrian bicycle network, is fundamental to the success of the BRT project. So what is before you today, once the hearing is closed, is to review and act on the Western Corridor Study Report, as well as the CP 1021 amendments that would adopt some of the recommendations of the report into implementation. I don't want to wrap up with this final slide here. Again, these are updates and follow-up from comments we heard at the April 5th hearing. So there was a request to have additional outreach with the Raleigh Islamic Association. So we are happy to report that the entire BRT team, we had 2 follow-up meetings with representatives. We also had a larger session where we had members also from the Young American Protesters and the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition. We had a great conversation to start. Lots of opportunity to discuss and hear about concerns. And what we want to point out is that this is an ongoing partnership, and we are committed as a BRT team. We have a cross-departmental team. We are committed to ongoing conversation and continued engagement with all of these groups as we move through different phases of the BRT project along Western Corridor. The next comment we heard was a concern about the Western Boulevard extension route that was selected. Again, that was selected through extensive collaborative process that engaged all of our regional partners, including Town of Cary. So any change or revisit of that route would have significant delay to the implementation of the Wake Transit Plan. We heard concerns about environmental impacts, especially stormwater impacts of new development. Again, we are very excited to point out that we have included a lot of new policies and action that would address sustainability and sustainable development practices in the new TOD areas. There were questions about property impacts of specific street extensions. Again, the street extensions were reviewed by the Planning Commission in detail, and non-critical segments were removed. So what we have in there remaining are critical connections we think is important to ensure the viability of the BRT system. And lastly, we had a comment about station design details. Again, those are included in the scope of the design project, and that is the next opportunity to provide input is in fall of this year. So we will have more updates on that soon. So that kind of concludes my quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just want to note that we have transportation, transit, and stormwater folks, experts in here to field questions if you need their expertise.
So this is a continuation of the public hearing. We kept that open. We have heard from some people already. This is 8 minutes per side. I have, let's see, 16 people have signed up to speak in opposition. I'm not sure if all 16 are here or not, but I'm going to ask you to decide who's going to speak on your behalf. Like I said, you have 8 minutes. And then we have Jen Truman who signed up in support. So we'll start with Jen.
Good evening, y'all. Jen Truman, 1928 Sierra Drive. Good evening, y'all. I don't know how many people this table or in this room have walked or biked or caught a bus or missed one and then had to run or walk instead on Western, but I have. I'm often asked to tell my own story, so today I am. For years, I have navigated our city primarily by foot and bus. I'm lucky now to have a car for my family, but I still remember those mornings hoofing it up the side gutter of Western where there's not a sidewalk and hasn't ever been. Because letting people walk along Western was never a priority when it was first built. Western was built in a time in our history when it was okay that a road could be built in large part to segregate the communities along it from each other. It was built in a time of urban planning that prioritized cars and car travel at the expense of people who needed to walk or ride the bus. I'm here tonight to ask you to support the Western Boulevard Corridor Study be adopted into the comprehensive plan. I'm also here to remind everyone that continued investment in public transportation is an investment in supporting all who ride. First, for those of us who need to, and also for those of us who choose to. By adopting this study, you reinforce a plan for the city's future that encourages buses, bikes, and walking, otherwise known as non-climate destroying means of traveling. Supports transit-oriented growth and development in underdeveloped commercial centers that this study targets for redevelopment, not residential neighborhoods. It illustrates the much-needed desire and expressed community intent for better public space in the street for all the neighborhoods along the corridor, expressly showing amenities added in each one. And it advocates for green building and infrastructure techniques along the corridor to improve the ecological and environmental health of natural creeks in the area. And finally, this study reiterates the importance of using an equity lens when planning for transit-oriented development, including support for the EDAT, the Equitable Development Around Transit Plan, which if you read it, quotes, seeks to improve equity by expanding access to all high opportunity areas. BRT can connect people to opportunity, but only if residents of all income levels and races are able to live and work near the service. This plan addresses this need by focusing on affordability, supporting existing businesses, and ensuring safe places for pedestrians. Adopting the Western Boulevard Corridor Study is how we do that. So please adopt this plan, continue these efforts, and support a future for Raleigh where old and new residents can live, work, play, and travel on the bus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we will allot 8 minutes. Like I said, I'm going to call off people who have signed up to speak. Cole McMullen, Kristen Havlick, Laura Harris, Zainab Baloche, Adrian Travers, Linda Travers, Deonica Sanders, John Good, Wanda Gilbert Coker, Jeremy Gilchrist, Joshua Bradley, Jim McMahon, Barbara Smalley McMahon, and Leon Cook. So please make a decision as to who will speak. You will have 8 minutes. Hua, you spoke last time, so you've already spoken, and Haley Kinsler has already spoken. I'm sorry, what? You have 8 minutes total, so you've already spoken, so if you prefer to speak as opposed to somebody else speaking, that's fine. You all decide.
Who else is there?
We're going to start the clock in 10 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
Let's
You might have to restart.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are starting the 8 minutes now. Thank you. Go on.
Who has? Go ahead.
There's a video I want to play, if that's okay.
It's the video. Go ahead.
Luke has the video.
The second part is about displacement and low, people at in what I call the low income. And so, right, if someone is, for the first type of household I talked about, yeah, unfortunately, in a lot of situations, the answer for them is to relocate to a neighborhood that's a little bit more affordable. And that might mean being farther from downtown, and it might mean being in, apartments or townhouses that are a little bit older, that, the things we call naturally occurring affordable housing. And yeah, that is really difficult. It does disrupt communities, and there are cultural and historic aspects of those communities that you can't relocate. I acknowledge that. That is absolutely true. And we want to help preserve that history and that culture. And we do have to, the city has programs. We have a museum. We have historic districts. We have, landmarks, the things we do want to preserve that history. So yeah, it's difficult.
So that sets the mood for gentrification. Go for it.
Zainab Baloch, 8216 Coosa Court. 7 to 10% of Raleigh is Muslim, yet there is not even one initiative in the city addressing the state-induced traumas on the Muslim community. 7 years ago, I lost my 3 childhood friends, Dia, Yusser, and Razan, to gun violence in a targeted attack meant to break the Muslim community in Raleigh. There was a whole generation of youth traumatized, and all we received was thoughts and prayers. Now, 7 years later, I am traumatized again by the potential colonization of my community off Western Boulevard, the place where I used to shop, play, and worship with my murdered childhood friends. This area is home to the largest Muslim community in the Southeast. It's the main source of food, culture, and community for Muslims all around North Carolina. There are over 75 nationalities that attend the Raleigh Masjid and dozens of Muslim plus refugee-owned businesses in the area. No outreach about the new transit overlay district was done in any language other than English. This is a blatant case of colonization, and YAP demands that City Council vote no on this amendment.
I live in one of the parcels that would be rezoned as a result of the TOD.
If you could give your name, please,
Haley
for the
Kinsler,
record.
804 Gorman Street. One of the parcels that would be rezoned as a result of the TOD that this study paves the way for. Since living there and attending the NCSU, I've come to realize the great need that exists for affordable groceries and housing for my fellow students and neighbors. The small businesses, stores, and Food Lion on Western have made all the difference for students like me. NC State students already face severe food and housing insecurity and rely on the housing and stores alongside the Western Boulevard corridor to house and feed themselves. Like many of my neighbors, I'm concerned that with the TOD, we will be priced out of the area, an occurrence we all know as gentrification. The Western Corridor study shows that most of the residents in this area already rely on walking, biking, and taking one of the 6 bus lines that currently go through the area to get around, including to their local grocery stores. So why is it then that you are putting in place the infrastructure for yet another bus line that does not seem to line up with residents' concerns alongside an overlay district that will actively gentrify and displace them? I urge the City Council to follow the direction of organizers like the Wake County Housing Justice Coalition and YAP that have taken on the work the council isn't willing to. They have been providing historical knowledge of the oldest historically black community in Raleigh, Method, and the needs of the immigrant and student communities in this area who will be negatively impacted by the gentrification associated with the TOD and the implementation of the recommendations in the Western Boulevard Corridor study.
Cole McMullen, 10530 Sablewood Drive. What the city staff outlined in the video shown earlier is basically describing displacement. BRT corridors increase housing costs along those corridors. And until there is a quality public housing strategy in place that does not rely on gap financing and tax incentives for private developers, I'm concerned that this BRT will do more harm than benefit to the current residents that live here. BRT is an admirable goal, but given that Raleigh Transit Authority is facing the possibility of reducing route coverage of normal routes already due to insufficient support from the city, and when City Council is talking about allocating nearly 3 times the amount of money for a parks bond than for affordable housing bond, I think this is a woeful mismanagement of resources. Thank you.
My question to you tonight is, do you love yourself, your neighbor, as much as you love yourself? Would you vote for the transit route if it meant tearing down your homes and displacing your families and neighbors? Do you cherish black historic neighborhoods as much as Raleigh City Council valued predominantly white historic Oakwood the year council voted against a highway coming down the middle of North Bloodworth Street where I live? Would you even think about suggesting that if today's bus line has to tear down historic Oakwood homes, it won't be a problem, since the city can preserve the history of Oakwood in a downtown museum? Do you all love your neighbors? Or do you love mostly white, wealthier people with a strong voting bloc, which gentrification has quickly dismantled in black neighborhoods?
With my 1 minute and 21 seconds, to the young
Could
lady
you give
here
your
that
name?
mentioned, with
Could you
Robin,
please give your name for the record?
For those who don't know, Google me, Wanda Gilbert Coker. When you asked about Robin for us to have some type of other way to communicate, well, guess what? There's something called federal law that overrides the state law. And y'all gonna mess around and get sued soon, because my ass fall out here. Guess who finna get sued? ADA law trumps this state law that y'all making up. First of all, I didn't even go to law school. I just watched Law and Order the other night. But this whole thing with method, y'all like giving black folks something we didn't ask for. We didn't ask for slavery. We didn't ask when our indigenous people with these treaties. We didn't ask for any of these things you're trying to give us. We didn't ask, as I told John and them the other day, for overlay this or these. We didn't ask for, nobody knocked on your door and said, hey, I want an overlay. No, we asked for 30% and below AMI housing. Give us that, and guess what, y'all? Vote. Vote them out.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm tired of coming
Time is now up. Thank you. Okay. We have, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing.
The folks in District D that I heard from were the people who live on Field Spring Lane. So they were concerned about the connector, and it's my understanding that's been removed. Is that correct?
Yes, that has been removed by Planning Commission. So if you look at the CR, Certified Recommendation for Planning Commission, that has been removed. So that's not included in the hearing package tonight.
Could you, I did not hear a word you said.
Sorry. Yes, that the connection that you asked about, the Field Spring Lane, is one of the street connections that Planning Commission removed as part of their review, and that has been removed, so that's not in the package to be heard tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All the other stuff, I've not heard all of this before in terms of some of the challenges that have been raised by the folks who are here. And, you know, I do represent Method, but I've not heard from folks from Method. I'm not really sure how the connection is being made to the Method community as it relates to BRT. So at this point, I think with the connections removed from Field Spring Lane and Plaza West, we could move forward.
So is that a motion?
Yeah.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And anyone opposed? Okay, so that was 7-1. Councilmember Cox opposed. Okay. All right. Next we have TC 1221, accessory commercial units.
Mayor, members of council, good evening. I'm John Anagnos from the Planning and Development Department. So you'll be pretty familiar with this presentation.
Could we please have quiet in the audience so we can hear from our staff?
The community. You literally just destroyed the community. And Stormy, you, the oldest black community.
Zainab, please.
You destroyed our community.
Okay. We will have now hear from staff. Thank you.
All right, so you'll be familiar with this presentation from your recent meeting of the Economic Development and Innovation Committee. I'll have a little bit of background about the origins of this text change and then the changes that came through the Planning Commission and then the changes that you made in the committee. So basically this was initiated last June as a means of increasing the availability of retail outlets businesses in residential areas so that they'd be accessible without the use of an automobile and potentially provide for additional food outlets. We did bring this back to you last November to share a draft ordinance. We had some additional public outreach after that beyond what is legally required in the UDO for a text change. That included 2 public meetings that were both well attended. And so we did hear from the community that there were concerns about a potential for additional business uses in residential areas. Here are some of the concerns that we heard. There are some existing uses that are allowed that are basically similar to what you have in the draft ordinance before you this evening, particularly live work. So what you're seeing this evening is largely a modification of the existing live work ordinance. There is also home occupation and home daycare allowed in the UDO. I won't belabor the existing rules. So there was an original ordinance that had proposed to essentially remove home occupation, which is a very minimal home business, use the live work for a more scaled down home business and create a new accessory commercial unit. You have changed that strategy in your committee discussion to retain the home occupation use and then to modify the live work use instead of actually creating a new use called accessory commercial unit. So the Planning Commission, and just a little bit more of the backstory, the original draft ordinance had called for removing the special use permit requirement for live work in residential districts. The Planning Commission recommendation was to then return the special use permit requirement to live work, and then the ED&I committee recommendation was to remove the special use permit requirement again for live work, with the understanding that the additional standards that had been drafted in the original recommendation and then refined by the Planning Commission and then further refined by the Economic Development Innovation Committee would provide sufficient standards to reduce impacts from these uses without the need for review by the Board of Adjustment. So that's basically what I've gone through here. There were some changes from the Planning Commission, which were then you reviewed and made some additional changes in your committee. I will mention that the Planning Commission had attempted to create a type of use called food retail, which was intended to place restrictions on the sale of alcohol and tobacco. That is not allowed under state law. If retail sales are allowed, then alcohol and tobacco sales must be allowed within that use. And so basically the means of avoiding alcohol and tobacco sales is to have a blanket prohibition on retail sales. All right, so that's a lot of backstory. What you have in the draft ordinance before you this evening is that final version, which took some of the recommendations of the Planning Commission, took recommendations from the Economic Development Innovation Committee, and have this final version, which is to retain the existing home occupation use, which is, again, a minimal, basically no appearance on the exterior of the building, of the exterior of the home, that there's a business taking place. So that would remain allowed. A live-work use, the same name as what it's currently called, and removing the special use permit requirement. So that would be able to be approved by staff administratively in the city offices, not going to a public meeting of the Board of Adjustment. And then some changes to the standards that apply to that use. And so I'll go through those quickly. Hours of operation of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. It would be allowed in an accessory structure or an accessory structure containing accessory dwelling unit, but you could not have two home businesses on the same lot. So if you have a live work, you could not have a home occupation and vice versa on the same lot. No drive-throughs, outdoor seating or outdoor display. Screening is required for service areas and mechanical equipment. Site lighting would have to be regulated similarly to other residential areas. If there's an addition, the materials would have to match the structure. There is a maximum 6 square feet of unlit signage that's allowed, and that would have to be a wall sign, so a sign affixed excuse me, to the structure, could not be freestanding sign. No parking is required. These provisions come from the building code, so there's an exemption in the building code excuse me, for certain fireproofing and fire suppression requirements for what is also termed in the building code live work, a live work use. And so we basically replicated those standards or those definition of live work from the building code into these standards, just to make it very likely that if someone is following the zoning requirements, they would also qualify for those building code exemptions. And that would reduce a barrier by lowering the cost of having to add those fire proofing or fire suppression components. The uses allowed, again, would not, in this final version of the ordinance, would not allow retail sales, would not allow eating establishment. And so, businesses that would sell alcohol or tobacco through a retail sales use would not be allowed. Other uses are very similar to what's currently allowed in live work. These have been clarified to more closely match them to the existing use definitions in Chapter 6 of the UDO, instead of the current definitions, which are kind of unique to the live work section of the code. And so just a summary of that, the results of this, if approved in its current state, would be to remove the special use permit requirement for live work, add many additional standards for regulating the appearance and the impact of that type of use in a residential context, and then modifying the uses to make them more aligned with the existing uses in the zoning code, and allowing them in accessory structures. Again, the Planning Commission had a split vote on this. Their vote and recommendation, of course, was on a very different form of this ordinance than what you're seeing this evening. So I'm not sure how relevant this vote is, but good for documentation. And I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm the pet care. That is allowed, correct? I just wanted to make
Yes.
sure.
So the ordinance that you have before you says personal service is allowed with certain exceptions, which was basically like a funeral parlor, crematorium. There was a few things that we basically took out of personal service, but animal care indoor would be allowed. We did still prohibit outdoor animal care, which would be like outdoor kennel facility, that type of thing. But indoor, yes, would be
Right.
allowed.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you. Any additional questions? Councilmember Cox?
So the ordinance says that a person can manufacture things and sell them from their home.
That's correct.
I mean, and some examples were given, and the ordinance says, but it doesn't necessarily limit it to just those examples. So, like the gentleman said, a person could conceivably manufacture and sell firearms from their home. They could conceivably operate a forge in their home, and we've received email from a gentleman that actually is familiar with this and gave us references to these hammers that could be operated if you wanted to operate a forge in your home. I suppose you could also operate a kiln if you're into ceramics and pottery, for example. So question is that a fire hazard to be operating a kiln in a residential neighborhood and in a home? So I think there are a lot of questions yet that I have where I believe that this ordinance is just a little too open-ended in order to be practical in moving forward.
Any other? Councilmember Fort, then Branch.
Yeah, when I was looking at the backup materials with the engagement report, it seems like the majority of the responses were from folks who opposed. Is that about accurate, or, I mean?
Yes, I would say that's an accurate assessment.
Councilmember Branch.
So on to Councilor Cox's question. Those items that he talks about as far as what this one would allow, could those things happen now if we didn't even make a change?
Yes, the current live work standards allow the resale of goods produced or repaired within the live work unit. So that's largely the same standard.
Councilmember Cox.
Just as a follow-up, though, but we use a special use permit process today. So there would be no review and there would be no permit issued. So if someone came to the city today and wanted a special use permit to be able to manufacture and sell firearms from their home, we could deny that permit. But under this ordinance, there is no special use permit. So they would have that right to be able to do that without any city review, correct?
Yes, under the draft ordinance, approval could be done administratively, which basically means if the applicant shows through a floor plan of the live work unit that they're complying with all the standards listed in the UDO, staff would be obligated to approve that application.
So I have a question for the city attorney. We keep hearing about weapons. Is this something that we can just say you can't do, or put that in the excluded category? I know that we took out retail sales because we couldn't control that, but now Mr. Cox is saying somebody can manufacture guns in their home. Can you address that?
I think there's two parts to that. First of all, we cannot independently regulate alcohol, firearms, or tobacco. The general statutes say that that's a full preemption by the state. I think the way that this has come up in the past, and someone from planning will have to probably back me up, is I understand that there have been requests to the Board of Adjustment in the past for special use permits to repair and sell firearms under the provision that says sale of items such as, but not limited to, antiques, jewelry. So that's part of a bigger category. So we couldn't pull firearms out of that, but that particular category is where that's come up before. The difference now, I think, where they're retaining the category, which encompasses a whole bunch of things. And instead of getting a special use permit, it would be by right if the other requirements were met. So no, we can't. One of the things that statute says is if you allow other similar sales in any zoning district, you can't pull out the firearms and treat them differently, if that answers your question.
Councilmember Branch?
So if we even had a special permit use and they came with met those same guidelines that staff said they met, would they still be obligated to approve it?
No, there has to be an evidentiary hearing with the special use permit, and you have to produce substantial material and competent evidence, and that's done by the Board of Adjustment, and I think they do those fairly regularly now, but this would convert it to an objective administrative approval, so you wouldn't have to go to the Board of Adjustment.
So I think my question is then to follow up, has the Board of Adjustment approved these requests to clean or whatever manufacture firearms?
Here comes someone who can answer that better. I only have hearsay evidence.
Good evening, Justin Rometto with Planning and Development. The Board of Adjustment has heard and approved cases to manufacture and or repair firearms in the past. I don't have an exact number of cases. It's no more than a handful, but since the adoption of the UDO, they have heard and approved such cases.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Buffkin?
Thanks. A few questions about special use permit process. Has the Board of Adjustment ever turned one down for live work?
I can say with 99.9% certainty they have.
They have.
They're fairly frequent requests.
Okay.
It's not. It's a common agenda item at their meetings.
Any rough idea of how many get approved? Like percentage-wise, I mean?
Off the top of my head, I'm sorry, I don't. I would say more than half, a majority, but I'm happy to report back with a number if that's something you're interested in.
Okay, just one more question, if I may, and I think this is probably for the city attorney. So when it's said that the board could just turn it down, my understanding is the board has to make decisions based on evidence, so there has to be some evidence to justify the board's decision to turn it down. It's not like here at council, we just turn it down we don't even have to explain why or have a good reason.
That's correct. If the applicant presents what's known as competent material and substantial evidence, which is a prima facie case, it has to be granted. If there is evidence presented in opposition that meets that same standard, the board has the discretion to deny or grant it. So it just depends on who presents evidence, what the quality and quantity of the evidence is, and whether there's any evidence in opposition.
So my question is a special use permit been granted for firearms in residential?
Yes. The special use requirement is only in residential districts for live work currently.
Okay, and so do you have a list of those? The other aspect to this, in my view, is that the special use permit is an extra hoop you have to jump through in order to be able to do this. We're taking away that hoop, and now we're saying you can just go ahead and do it. You don't need to have any oversight. You don't need to go through that extra effort of getting a special use permit and presenting the evidence to explain why you need to be able to do this in a residential district. That's my concern.
Councilmember Branch?
So I know in committee, one of the things that we often talked about is access to people starting a business, and those who came to our committee meeting realized we went back and forth about special use and the special use permit, because in order to have a special use permit and go before the board, a lot of that requires an attorney. That requires, for some people, it requires the attorney and just that cost. So how can we, because I think that's what came up in our committee, is the cost that's required
And the time.
and the time to go through in order to start their business. So I think that's really the crutch of what we're trying to fix here, because I don't think any one of us want guns to be manufactured in a residential neighborhood. The issue is, how do we allow someone the ability to start a business and do something? You know, we took out, my biggest objection to all of this was around the retail, because I knew we could not deny the alcohol sales and the tobacco sales. And I know what those sales have done to communities already. So the question we have now is, how can we help someone who is just getting started, that want to start a business, that may not have all the money to go through the process, that extended time? How do we close that gap? That's really where I think we are right now. How do we close that gap?
Well, it's about equity and accessibility, and that's what we had discussed at committee. If somebody wants to open up a hair salon, and, you know, if somebody wants to open up a doggy daycare center, if they want to teach music lessons, those are the types of things we talked about. How do we make that accessible to people throughout the city, and not just people who can afford an attorney? So we have, Councilmember Melton, if you have something, we have not opened the hearing yet, so
That's what I was going to say. I have a lot to say, but I don't want to until we have the hearing. So I was going to ask if we could do that.
Okay. We're going to open the hearing then. Again, 8 minutes per side. We have two people here speaking in support, Jen Truman and David Ulmer. We'll start there. And then we have 6 people signed up in opposition. Jennifer Cockman, Lisa Huget, Shane Collins, Paula Hoffman, Leon Cook, and Nelson Bunn. If you could all kind of decide who will speak and for how long, you'll have 8 minutes total. Okay, thank you.
Not that tall. Justin's really tall. Jen Truman, 1928 Sierra Drive. I commented at the committee meeting the following. If you've ever dropped your tax forms at your accountant's house, done a porch pickup of jelly or pie or produce or soap or jewelry from a local small business, visited a beautician or barber's house to get your hair cut, been to a music lesson, or any of these other seemingly small, natural transactions, then you've actually participated in an activity that's probably not allowed in our current code. It's illegal. And I've received quite a bit of pushback on that statement, but I came tonight to repeat it because it's the truth. The current rules in Raleigh mean that having a client or a customer visit your small business requires a special use permit, a time-consuming and often expensive process. Very few of the many small businesses that do exist in neighborhoods around the city have gone through this process and are obviously hesitant to come speak for themselves. I have also received pushback because many of you think it's simply already allowed to have clients and customers visit home businesses, but it's not. And if you think it should be, that's what this text change is doing. Please approve it. I and many other small business owners in the city came forward to ask this council for this change because it will really help people. The process to get to this version of the text change has been lengthy, and I've spoken to many people, residents, and people at this table along the way. And after that process, a really good solution and compromise is in front of you today. The rules that you can vote on today limit the worst case scenarios that have been imagined, but they do encourage entrepreneurship, side hustles, and small businesses by creating an objective standard with a simple permitting process for most small home-based businesses to serve customers or clients close to where they live. And that's the really other important point. We must welcome services and small businesses into our neighborhood corners to meet our climate goals, whether that's a popular opinion or not. Walking and biking to nearby hyperlocal businesses instead of driving out of the neighborhood for basic services is a key part of meeting our goals for sustainability. Please support your local small businesses and more walkable, sustainable city by allowing ACUs in our city again.
Thank you. Next we have David.
Dave Ulmer, 2105 Cedar Bluff Court. Hang in there, team. Evening's almost over. Look, this is about just supporting people and letting people earn a living. Most of this happens already. So my stepson has a friend. People come by, drop off a computer. He fixes it. He does the repair. They pick it up. No big deal. Stranger comes by through the neighborhood. Wasn't going to mention this, but since it was a big deal, just as you know, if you assemble a fully operational, functional firearm and sell it, ATF has something to say. I will also point out that many people, since this may not be a group of people that some of you are familiar with, 3D printers build components that don't require a serial number, and I will tell you I know several people that do that as their side hustle. Maybe you don't approve, but that's happening already anyway. So we shouldn't pretend it's not, or it won't continue. So in many ways, you would just be legalizing what is already happening. The more important thing are the things like hairdressers, people maybe doing nails. There are a lot of people who have not re-entered the workforce. One of the challenges is daycare, and working from home solves that. And so I think we should consider allowing that, not the worst thing. And I'm also getting a little tired of some of the people that oppose because of strangers. This is a big city. Cities have strangers because we can't know everybody. And stranger danger is for 3-year-olds. It's not for adults. So if you can't handle 1 or 2 people coming through your neighborhood once in a while, I just don't know what to do with you. You don't have a right to stop people from visiting other people. You're allowed to and should accept strangers in your neighborhood. The last one is, somebody mentioned equity. So I have a nice job in IT. I can work from home, and I do usually at least 4 days a week. So why can I earn an income basically in my pajamas at home, but somebody else can't when they have a valuable job skill that they could make money from if we would just legalize the opportunity for them to make money? This is really truly about just creating opportunity so people can get by. And it's completely inappropriate, I think, to allow somebody like myself, who has the luxury of working home, to generate all that money while he's working from home, and then say, okay, well, you don't do something we approve of, or there might be a stranger in the neighborhood, or you're going to do something we perceive making noise. Unless you're going to outlaw leaf blowers, you can just stop discussions around noise as far as I'm concerned. But that's just my opinion. You guys, all in all, have been doing a great job. I appreciate everything you've done for this city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Could we please have quiet in the gallery? Thank you. All right, next, have you all decided? Okay, we'll start at 8 minutes. Just give your name for the record. Thank you.
Lisa Hewitt, hello again. I think we agree with a lot of the things that the supportive people have already stated. All I want to do is say that I have followed this evolution, and we have started way out here, and we are now to here. My concern is primarily the removal of the special use permit, but part of that. I'm not in opposition to anybody running a business, and particularly next to me. I just don't want to be negatively impacted by it. By surprise, we got a karate class going on, and I'm on a Zoom call. The special use permit provides pre-notification to the neighbors. That's all I'm asking for here. Without that, it's just a simple administrative, and now what I understand, obligatory approval by staff. There would be no consideration on how the business could affect the livability of the neighborhood in terms of noise, fumes, odor, or vibration. An administrative review, just so that we understand, legally cannot weigh in on those subjective measures. That's why a special use permit exists. I do want to live in harmony with my neighbors, but without a special use permit or similar neighborhood pre-notification, my only recourse is to report them or confront them. And frankly, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to have to call the police. I don't want to be in a position to confront my neighbor over something that could have been addressed nicer ahead of time, before this individual invested a considerable amount of their time and energy in starting up a business thinking they were going to be able to do it. So please do not remove the very real, very practical need for neighborhood pre-notification. If you can add that into the administrative review process, I'm all for it.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, Jennifer Irving Kochman. This is a zoning change, but it's not to allow for neighborhood scale businesses in residential areas. We've already had that as part of the UDO since 2013, and everybody supports mom and pop businesses in their neighborhoods. This draft is extreme and contains no moderation whatsoever. It ignores the efforts of the Text Change Committee and the Planning Commission, which both voted to retain special use permits and allowed for public notification and input. When you strike every single protection clause for residents and allow for excessive noise, vibration, glare, fumes, odors, electrical interference, and traffic 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, then you are choosing business over residents in residential areas. You are also choosing to discriminate against residents who don't live in neighborhoods with HOAs that already provide protections. If you vote for this zoning change, you will actually make it harder to get a backyard fence than to open a sports academy because a fence requires a city permit. I urge you to consider your voters. Thank you.
Nelson Bunn. Pardon me? Nelson Bunn, 1618 Iredale Drive, Raleigh. Moved here in 1980. I've been in professional real estate for 39 years, working for Hodge and Kittrell Sotheby's. I want to oppose this. I have a personal family experience. My son lives in Houston. He bought in a neighborhood like 5 Points. He renovated his house to make it better because it was awful. And 3 doors down, a business moved in his residential neighborhood practicing witchcraft. And, you know, leave it to less regulation, you're going to have more violation. I will also say something like this eats at the very core of what we know, all of you, family neighborhood. I also would ask you, maybe a show of hands of how many people would like that besides you. That tells me that how many people love you, and do you want a hookah bar? Because vape is allowed. So do you want your children to go, do you want your children to be subjected to that?
That's not allowed.
Huh?
That's not allowed.
Well, all I'm saying is it said vape up there.
That's, we'll
Okay,
do it
okay.
after.
Well, I just, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I don't see this text change as a value. I think I've experienced a lot of change in Raleigh in 39 years, and this has called me to speak out. And I would ask you, who have you involved Raleigh Regional, the Raleigh Association of Raleigh Regional Realtors, to understand what benefits one and what consequence is consequential to the neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Shane Collins. I own a home in North Hills.
Shane, keys, microphone.
Oh, sorry. Shane Collins. I own a home near North Hills, Quail Hollow. Taking away the special use permit, allowing businesses in backyards. We have acre lots. There's a lot of room for a business. The city's code enforcement is understaffed and lacks teeth. Enforcement will fall to the police, and regulation by the police is going to be difficult. They have neither time nor resources to monitor smell and noise complaints with repeated neighbor versus neighbor complaints. So I don't think this test change is valuable for the communities. It's not valuable for the city, and it will create further problems in neighborhoods. It's not a business area, it's a neighborhood. It's where you sleep. Some people have shift work. They need to go to bed at, in the afternoon. And this thing allows people to work until 7 p.m. at night. Start at 7 o'clock in the morning. I want to ban the backyard business plan. Thank you.
I'm going to try to be really brief. Paula Hoffman, 1512 Duplin Road. We bought in R2, R4 neighborhoods because we want to live in a residential neighborhood to raise our children and put them in good schools. I'm afraid that you're going to see many unintended consequences from both the tiny homes and this accessory commercial units. I would beg you for about 10 more seconds. I think we're going to see some unintended consequences. These changes, I think that we're going to, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought with the beeping. I believe you'll see these unintended consequences. These changes render zoning meaningless. They remove the residential atmosphere, thereby changing who chooses to live inside the city limits, changing the diversity of our school populations, even hurting our public schools and devaluing our properties. I have no problem with people working out of their homes. I just want to have the special use permits so that I have an opportunity to make sure that everybody is safe and we have no outside interference from our neighbors' businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cook, time is up. Please be brief.
I got cut off from the last
Please be brief.
issue. I will be brief. Leon Cook, 1500 Whittington Drive. We are led to believe that the initial object of this text change was to address the nutritional scarcity in neighborhoods characterized as food deserts. The situation is not the case in at least 75% of the city. So why enact a citywide change for situations that impact 25% or less of the city population? Subsequent changes to the EDI committee have not made this TC any more appealing or relevant. The Planning Commission voted just 4-3, with 3 members absent, to adopt. The concerns of the Planning Commission members was to express doubt that this TC would not effectively address the issue of nutritional scarcity in food deserts. Their concerns should not be ignored by your consideration for this text change. The live work utilizing the special use permit process under this TC, the SUP is not required under this one. Reviewing the public engagement via the portal, participants 78. Responses 0. So much for community engagement. The portal method, I'm sorry, Lisa, is not working. Ask yourselves, how many residents requested this change? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. That is it.
I just have an answer for the question that you raised about how to be more accessible and engage people that Councilor Branch asked and you did yourself. Simply workshops in a simple form. I just would like to, you asked a question about how to involve more people and make this process more accessible.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Workshops and forms. That was the answer. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have, I know, Councilor Melton, you said you had a lot to say, but you were waiting to hear. I think first off, what we need is some clarification on what is allowed and what isn't. Vape was mentioned as being allowed. That is not. The reason why we took retail out of this is because we couldn't regulate vape and firearms and bars and whatnot. So we just took that out. So I just want some clarity on that. So if staff could provide that clarity, or Councilor Melton, if you could.
I would prefer staff to provide that clarity.
A live work business that was selling vapor products would be considered retail sales, and a hookah bar would be considered a bar, nightclub, tavern, or lounge use as defined in the code. So both of those are not in the set of allowed uses in the live work.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I also have a clarification question based on some of the comments. A permit would still be required for our new text change.
Yes, that's correct. There still would be an administrative permit that would require staff review, and in most cases that would involve the applicant submitting a floor plan of their existing residential structure with the floor plan indicating where within that structure the live work would be taking place.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Melton?
Before I share my thoughts, I have another question that I just thought of / Councilmember Branch asked me to think of. With the permit process, I know there's an appeal after a permit's issued. Is that right? And that's a 30-day appeal?
Yes, there is a state law allows people to appeal administrative permits. That's correct.
And that's on the back end. But if we wanted to add a front end notice for permits that are applied for, is that something the staff could do as well?
Upon application? Yeah, we could do that.
Okay, so we can add a notice on the front end. All right, so now my thoughts, and they're all scattered, so I don't even know where to begin.
Please unscatter.
I'm trying. One thing I will say is this discussion came out of ED&I committee where we were talking about, we did discuss food deserts, and we also talked about how to put goods and services closer to people. Because when we look at how to build a resilient, sustainable city, we have to look at how do we incorporate more mixed-use developments in new areas that are being built, and for existing neighborhoods, how do we find ways to reduce car dependency there as well? And so we looked at doing farmers markets in city parks. We allowed neighborhood gardens to sell produce on site. And then we started talking about corner stores, and this idea of accessory commercial units came up. It was initially tailored to retail. And I think if they could put the slide back up, there was a lot. We started this last June. We authorized it last fall. They did extra engagement outside of the normal text change process because this is different than what the city has seen before. In a way, it's the same because we allow live work, but how we're doing it is different. And a lot of the feedback that came initially and what the Planning Commission dealt with was this retail piece, which seemed to be the big hang-up because we don't want vape shops and sweepstakes and gun sales in our neighborhoods, and we can't regulate that under state law. I wish we could, but we can't, and maybe we can get some movement on that. So we took that out completely. And so what we're left with now is, in my opinion, a very tailored list of personal services and other small-scale businesses that would be allowed. It doesn't address the retail piece anymore, so that's goods no longer closer, but it at least allows services to be closer. The issue with the special use permit is it's complicated, it's time-consuming, it's expensive, and it usually requires a lawyer. And we have to think who has the resources and access to that process and who does not. And who are we allowing to make use of their own talent and entrepreneurship, and who are we blocking from that investment and that opportunity with the current process? So what we have tried to come up with is a very reasonable, measured, incremental approach forward. And I agree, I forget who said it, that we kind of started here and now we're all the way here. And one piece that I want to bring up, and I'm going to make a motion real quick before I make the bigger motion, is in the text change, you'll notice that some of the nuisance and noise subjective standards were crossed out. And that's because that was a subjective standard for an evidentiary hearing for a special use permit. If it's a staff-issued permit, it cannot be a subjective standard. It has to be an objective standard. I've seen some concern from the public. I've had folks I know approach me about, well, why do noise and nuisance laws not apply anymore? They do apply. The subjective written standard is out, but all of the noise ordinances of the city will apply, the nuisance ordinances will apply. But to the extent that it is not clear and some objective standard for noise should go back into the text change, I've got a motion that I'm going to read now to add some of that back in, and then I think there's going to be some other tweaks I'm going to add to it too. But I move that the following changes be made to TC 1221 before we take a final vote on the text change. 1, add the following language to section 2 of the text change to acknowledge the addition of the following language as a replacement for subsection 6 for home occupation use. Home occupation uses must comply with all applicable city ordinances and regulations regarding the emission of noise. A home occupation permit shall be revoked if a violation of a city noise ordinance is issued in association with the home occupation use. If revoked, a new home occupation permit cannot be issued for a period of 365 days. 2, add the following language to section 3 of the text change to acknowledge the addition of the following language as a new subsection 20 for live-work use. Live-work uses must comply with all applicable city ordinances and regulations regarding the emissions of noise. A live-work permit shall be revoked if a violation of a city noise ordinance is issued in association with the live-work use. If revoked, a new live-work permit cannot be issued for the premise for a period of 365 days. I'm also going to add that we include a pre-notification when the permit is submitted. And I'm also going to ask that we change the hours operation from 7 to 7 to 7 to 5 to align with our residential parking permit program, which should help with some of the traffic or parking issues. So that's my motion to add that to the.
The thing is though, if you change it 7 to 5, there are a lot of people getting out of work at 5. They might not make it to pick up their doggy or pick up their taxes or whatnot. That concerns
I take that
me.
part out, but let's do then, yes, go ahead.
I want to make sure that at least Justin or someone can, if you want pre-notification, that if you're going to adopt the ordinance tonight, that it be specific about what that's going to look like, because there are different ones. And I think we used to, do we still do that for other administrative permits? We did at one time.
We used to. There's nothing in the code currently. We used to do it for infill permits. The existing notification for the Board of Adjustment is property owners within 100 feet, if that's something you would want to keep consistent. But just putting that out there is what the requirement is today for notice if it were to go to the board.
Can you
but certainly you
give me
could change
example
that
of
number.
What 100 feet is?
I'm sorry?
Can you give me an example of what 100 feet is?
2 lot sizes.
Is that 20, 40 neighbors? Is it 10?
Well, obviously it depends on the size of the parcel, right? That's in question. In a typical neighborhood, you're going to capture neighbors on all sides pretty much, and some folks across the street generally.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Councilmember Cox.
regarding noise, I think you're moving in the right direction. And but
Take that.
well, my concern is with noise. I mean, I've had constituents over the past 7 years contact me about noise, and invariably I give them the advice I'm given by staff, which is have them call 911. And then sometime later, the police officer comes out and advises the resident that they can't do anything about it because they weren't there to actually witness the noise, to actually hear the noise. And I've had residents tell me that they've also been told that in order to cite someone for noise, you actually need a professionally calibrated noise meter, and it has to be operated by someone who's actually trained to be able to operate the noise meter. So my concern is, just to say you're going to conform with the noise ordinance is one thing, but really our noise ordinance is really fairly impotent. I have yet, in the 7 years I've been on council, seen it actually enforced based on complaints from residents about nearby noise. The other thing is regarding like repair businesses, for example. If someone wants to do small engine repair out of their home, that's obviously going to generate some noise as people start those engines in order to see if they're working or not. So rather than being complaint-driven, I would rather exclude those kinds of businesses that are pretty much guaranteed to generate noise in the first place. And I don't know how you go about doing that.
All right, so
So what we have
I made the
on the-
motion for the noise. I'm gonna keep the 7 to 7. For purposes of being clear, we want to do 100 feet notice to residents.
Okay, and I guess it'd be cleaner to say that same notice as you do for the Board of Adjustment. Will that work, Justin?
Sure, we
Because then
could-
you know timing and
There we go.
mailing
Same
and all
notice
that.
for the Board of Adjustment. And so that's my motion to revise the statute or
Second.
whatever ordinance.
Seconded by Counselor Branch. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can you raise your hands, please, so we can, okay?
All right, now,
And I'll just register my no vote because I just feel like we're rushing this, and I guess I don't really feel like we're giving the best direction to staff as to what it is that we want to have. But like I say, these small engine repair businesses, for example, are going to generate noise. I do not want those things in neighborhoods.
Councilmember Fort, where were you? Councilmember Fort, where were you?
I was a no. I have a general objection because about, the engagement portion and other. I've not heard a lot of folks who are in support of this, so I'm a no.
what is you were saying?
Okay, so that was approved 6-2. Clerk, you have that?
No.
I'll email that to you.
I know what he said, but I'm hoping he won't give me the exact words.
Okay, thank you. So 6-2 with Councilor Cox and Fort in opposition. Okay, you're not done?
I'm ready to make a motion to approve this text change now. This has not been, let me just say, this has been worked on for, I think, almost a year at this point, including an engagement process that went above and beyond the normal text change process, Planning Commission to committee, and now here tonight. And I'm just going to reiterate again that what we have in front of us is a measured approach to allowing folks to earn a living off of their homes, reduce car dependency, and I'm ready to move it forward. So I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated June 7th, 2022, containing the agenda material, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
We have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Stewart has seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, same vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I want to thank everybody for bearing with us tonight. It was a long evening, but thank you all for being here. Thank you to my fellow counselors as well. We're now adjourned.